Hi again, everyone.
Hi.
Are you tired, cold?
Both.
Yes.
Take yes for an answer. I spoke, Father Fidelis and I yesterday spoke for close to an hour with the local police. And I want to update you on what we learned and what we have to decide. What we learned is that the police do the arrests and that the county sheriff does the booking. I spoke this morning via text back and forth with a former judge who's a friend of mine who knows the system, and he said that the law, what is scheduled here is that there is always a judge 24/7 on call, ready to bond people out. The police, however, said that things are really backed up and that if we get arrested on Friday, we might not get out on Friday. So the city website, the county website says that generally if you're arrested in the morning on a Friday, you're going to be out Friday afternoon. The police were saying something different. And what we don't know is if they were trying to intimidate us into not doing it, or if you think they were being honest.
They were very honest, I thought.
Okay. So, the other thing is we spoke to a lieutenant, I won't give his name, but he said that he has some contacts inside of the jail system, the county police, or rather the county sheriff, who can, who have the choice, the ability to expedite things if a block of us get arrested. And he was going to reach out to them. One thing that we came away with for absolute certain is that they don't want to deal with us.
Right.
They are overwhelmed, understaffed, and the thought of them having to tie up officers to babysit us, they weren't mad about it. They were just basically sort of saying, please don't make us do that because we're really short of resources and it might bog us down. And we said, well, if you can promise us that Planned Parenthood won't open, we'll be happy to leave. All we want to do is have them not be open. So this morning, while I was thinking about our precarious dilemma and the number of people who at the last minute canceled, who were the types that would be willing to get arrested with us, we are going to have to make a decision tonight about how many people are willing to get arrested with the hope of bonding out on Friday, but if they don't bond out on Friday and they spend the weekend in jail, that they're going to be okay with it. So
Is bonding out on the roll bar, or is it?
we don't know. They have discretion. And it's very important that you hear this. We are not going to get in a fight over if someone pays bond or does a signature bond. That is not on the table. Everyone has to count their own cost. But if I may, I want to bring to our minds, so as we listen to the different speakers this afternoon, and Chris, is this functional now?
Oh, you can be, you can start your laptop plugged in, right?
Yeah, but okay, good. So all we have to do is plug in a laptop. Okay, great. The purpose of launching Rescue Resurrection, the purpose of us looking to January 22nd and beyond, to Missouri and other states where it was against the law and then a referendum happened and flipped it, but there's still sympathy with the powers that be. The purpose is to create a movement that leads to the end of legalized child killing. Are we on that page? Does everyone understand that? So here's the picture that I woke up with this morning. You could have one log, and it's a beautiful log. It's dried out. It's great for fire. But you cannot start a fire with one log. You have to have multiple logs to start a fire. And our purpose is to start a fire that burns down the forest of legal child killing. When we launched Operation Rescue in '87 and then '88, it was a wildfire. It literally just spread across the nation There were groups that were doing sit-ins that we had no contact with. Or if we, after the fact, oh, by the way, did you see that we got arrested? Or 87 of us, or 122 of us got arrested. I was listening earlier to Bishop Coffey talk about rescues that happened. I don't even remember them happening. And he'll be able to share his fantastic story. He was arrested multiple times. He's in good company with the apostles getting arrested. So what I'm asking you to do, what we all need to do, is to count the cost when the cost is unknown. That's the issue. We know that we're not going to get executed. We know we're not going to be waterboarded. We know that we will be dry wherever it is that they put us. If we do end up going to jail, if we do spend the weekend in jail, we will be okay. But beyond that, now I'm going to be really righteously Machiavellian, if that's possible. One of the best things that happened to the pro-life movement was when people were in jail. So one of our options tomorrow, if we only have 7 people that are willing to get arrested, and we say, well, maybe we should wait for 12. Maybe 12 is the magic number, because that's how many apostles Jesus had. 12 is a very significant number. If we have arrests and we have people in jail, here's the righteously Machiavellian, it becomes a story. And I'm going to tell you this, and I have to just be honest. There are many people in the pro-life movement who do not want this to succeed. They do not want a rebirth and a resurrection of rescue. Why? Because it makes them look bad, because then people who are doing this kind of activity get a lot of the press and they get a lot of the attention. A few years ago, a person in Prague, 2010, did a master's thesis on the religious right in America. And I stumbled on this recently. It was amazing. It was 100 pages, and a very large portion of it was about the pro-life movement. But what the data showed was that in the top 20 media markets, 2/3 of the media coverage for pro-life groups was Operation Rescue. 1/3 of the media coverage was every other pro-life organization combined. And because we were the ones getting headlines. So fast forward to today. And but back then, that made certain people really agitated. They were not happy because of raising money, all the different things that happen inside of the pro-life movement. So we have the opportunity, I believe that we have the duty to try, under the Trump administration, while we still have a window where they're not going to prosecute anyone for face, we have the opportunity to try and start a fresh fire, a fresh brush fire, if you will, a controlled fire that just burns the child-killing industry to the ground. I mean, forgive me for those of you who don't like the fire analogy, but I like it. Like, fire is good. Fire gives us food. Fire warms us. It can be really helpful, and it can be really dangerous. It's a great servant, and it's a cruel taskmaster. So, many of us in this room have been arrested. Many of us have been arrested multiple times. And part of our arrest has been, I'm the fireman, I'm alone, I'm going in to try and save a baby. But now, the issue that we have to ponder is this group of people tonight, tomorrow morning, are we willing, how many of us are willing to say, Lord, I offer myself to you on the altar of ending the Holocaust, setting out strategically, deliberately, to create an action, a direct action for the babies that makes people snap their heads and say, what? They're in jail in Memphis? I want to know more about it. And then they see our videos, and they read the press coverage, and they read our own statements, and they see our social media. And there's going to be tons of clips of this just flying all over the country. So that when we say, join us on January 22nd at the FDA, We don't want 12 people, we want 120, or we want 240, or we want 400 people. We will have the credibility, a far greater credibility, to call people to activism in DC. And DC has a really lenient, liberal post and forfeit rule that will benefit all of us. I don't need to tell you about it, right? Everyone knows what it is? The post and forfeit rule in DC is, you get arrested, it's an act of peaceful civil disobedience, they take your picture, you give them a $50 bond, you're posting your bond, and then when you don't show up for court, you forfeit your bond. And it's over. The charges are over, post, forfeit. So I have been the beneficiary of using post and forfeit multiple times, and anyone else in the room ever done a post and forfeit? There you go.
Oh, yeah.
Looking around the crowd. So we got a lot of people here who've done post and forfeit in DC. You know, it's one of the few things that our federal government gets right. You get to go in, you get to have your moment of peaceful civil disobedience, you post, you forfeit, and you're done. We don't know what is going to happen here. I'm trying to figure it out. If it was up to the police that we spoke to yesterday, they probably wouldn't arrest us at all. And if they did arrest us, they might just take us around the corner, issue us a summons, and say, now get out of here, don't come back. And they may still do that. That was a part of one of the things that we discussed with them. But we're going in with multiple possibilities. Tomorrow morning it will not be raining. So that's good. Sitting out in this would be really hard. But it won't be raining. It will be cold, but it won't be raining.
We're going to get hand
go,
warmers.
What?
Tell them we'll have hand warmers.
Teresa says we will have hand warmers. Who wants a hand warmer if it's cold up there? All right, 6, 8, 10. All right, so some of you are just rough. You're just... All right. Are there foot warmers?
Yes.
So, I'm asking you, as this day and this evening go forward, to just begin to ponder and to pray what we are willing to do tomorrow, not fully knowing what will happen. We know what won't happen. As I said, we're not going to be beaten, we're not going to be harmed, we're not going to be tormented, we're not going to be waterboarded, but it may gummix up our schedules. I think that they're going to try and get us out quickly. That's my gut. But I could be wrong, and it would be unfair of me and unjust of me to not have this discussion with you now. So what I'm hoping for, I've been arrested 49 times. I have spent over a year of my life in various locked up situations. It's not fun, but I've done a lot of weekends, and that's just not that hard of a deal. It's just not. And you get to be, if you ladies go in, you're going to be with an icon. You're going to be with Mother Joan. Give it up for Mother Joan. So, you guys will be fine, or you ladies will be fine. You guys, you'll be in jail with me, which is like a private hell. So heaven with Joan, hell with me. Yes, Bishop.
They do bologna sandwiches.
Yes, they have some of the best nasty white bread, bizarre, like piece of bologna in the middle. Sometimes you get a piece of cheese, never mustard, mayo, forget it. Relish, you gotta be kidding. So we don't know what kind of food we're gonna get. We know that they'll feed us. We know that there's food and water, but we just don't know. So I'm letting you know this now because I want to see a fire start. I want to see a fire start. And more importantly, you want to see a fire start. And I believe that God, who made heaven and earth, wants to see a fire start. But we're the fire starters, all right? We're his hands and feet. It falls to us to do this and to be effective at it. So ponder that. Please count the cost. And let's get started with our event. Elise, how close are you to being ready to send the flyer to them? What?
Real quick, it's done.
All right, so what we're going to do, Joan, I would like you to come up and talk a little bit give me like 6 minutes of your time to talk about what it's like to be in jail, what people can expect, and the value of it, the redemptive value, the prophetic value, the internal value. I give you one of the women in the world that I think is one of the most courageous and wonderful women in the world. And one of the things I love about her so much is that she calls me Randy. I give you St. Joan of Newark.
I'm very honored to be here. And with Bishop Coffey. So, Jill, I think you've seen movies, right? Movies, it's kind of like the movies a little bit. The greatest thing about Jill is that Jesus is with you.
Don't speak right into the microphone.
Oh. In jail, Jesus is with you. So you have no better company at all. And Jesus is always with you. But when you're in jail, he's with you in a very special way. Because you're sharing a little bit of the cross, tiny little bit. And that honors him. And he loves this little baby so much. You know, God is innocent. God is holiness. These babies are innocent and holy. And God is so honored when we love that which he loves. And the innocence of these children and the torture these children feel when they die is deeply, deeply held in God's heart. So you probably be hard to find any moment of your life that you can be as close to God as when you're in front of an abortion mill or whatever happens to you there and in jail because you love the babies and especially because you love him. You love our dear holy God who suffered so much for us and he loves us. Abortionist was all his heart, and God's heart was all embracive. It's holy, holy. And there's not words for it, so forgive me for even trying. So Jill is, in that sense, it's a joy. It's a peace beyond anything you will have ever known other than when you're before the Blessed Sacrament. With Jesus' presence, body, blood, soul, and divinity, and loving you there, and you're looking at him. But in jail, you can ask him to come into your cell, to your heart, and he's there in a very special way. Because in the little ways, the tiny little way, you're suffering with him as his heart breaks for the babies. And he loves you in such a special way because you want to do this for his babies and because you love him. So, then the other side of it too, the human side, you meet wonderful people in jail. You meet guards, some who are very kind and sacrificial, and that might be a surprise if you've had a few others that weren't that kind. You suddenly get someone who's so kind, and they've enriched maybe their position to stand up for you, or to do something kind for you, or you get the guard that is very angry or mean. And you have that great opportunity to be sweet to that guard and say good morning to that guard, and maybe do something nice for that guard. So there's such incredible opportunities, as there is in everyday life. In everyday life, there's all those opportunities. But when you're in prison, it's more concentrated. You have a lot of time to think about it, too. You're not busy thinking about 100,000 other things. So I think it's a great experience and a great joy to go to jail. It really is. I really can't explain it. It's just too beautiful to explain. It really is. And sometimes when you miss your family the most if you're in there for a little while, when you miss your family the most, there's another little offering, and then you get even more graces. So there's nothing really negative I can say about jail, except, no, I can say something, the language. There you see a lot of bad language. And a lot of people overdose into it. It gets into jail. When I was in the federal prison recently, 3 women died of overdose. into jail, not by the inmates, because you're thoroughly searched. So it gets in. So we always hard things you see, but then hard things are another opportunity. So there's a little rough things going on, sad things, something may be going on in your family, you can't be with them at a time, but all things, put it all together, and you're a little closer to the cross. A little closer to the cross. And you're doing it not to, you're not doing it for any selfish reason. You wouldn't be there. And like you can't pay, I've talked to so many pro-lifers who've been to jail, and they said, oh, you couldn't pay me all the money in the world to go to jail. So money won't get you there. But love of Jesus and love of his babies will. And there's a peace there too. And sometimes, even if people are screaming and upset at night for whatever reason, the illness or just anger or whatever, there's still a stillness in your heart. God will put that there, a stillness in your heart and this joy in your heart. I guarantee it. If you open your heart to God, and everyone here is here, I believe, but most people are here because they love God. But everybody's here, even those who don't know God. Everyone's here because they love. They love. And that is loving God, whether they know it or not. But they're loving little children, the most vulnerable, the most innocent, and the human beings on this earth that are feeling the greatest torture one can ever imagine. A little baby that's never done anything wrong is being ripped torturously apart. And remember when you were young, like it seemed like you were 1 year old forever, or 2 years old, or 3, and it's like it was 20 years going by, and you're only 2 years old. As time has expanded, those babies in the womb, as they're being torn apart, their time is expanded. They're feeling more pain than we could, because time goes quickly for us. So remember that and have a deeper sympathy and heart for these children, and then we can understand God's pain. By loving these children, we can understand God's pain in a very deep way. So I think it's the greatest blessing to risk arrest with love of God, love of these children, and you'll never regret it. No matter what happens in jail or anywhere else, you'll never regret it. Because you did it out of love. And that's all I can say. You did it for
Don't
love.
leave. I want to ask you a question, but I want to switch this first. I'm sorry. I want you to know, ladies and gentlemen, we just bought this campus, and we're so excited and thankful. It's such a privilege. But the bugs that are in the system have been coming out. And they are tormenting us in real time. Go ahead and talk for 1 second, John. Talk for a second, would you?
When I was a little kid, I was 5 years old, and my mother was watching a movie, and I was upset what I saw. And she said, well, it's a Nazi Holocaust. There was a time, not so long ago, just a few years ago, when Jesus' people, the people of the Bible, the Jewish people, would be terribly brutalized and murdered by those who hated them, didn't think they had a right to exist. And there were laws that protected the children of these children. I was very young. So from then on, I started reading everything I could, even as a preteen and all, about the Nazi Holocaust. And when abortion was pseudo-legalized, you can't legalize murder, also legalized, that day, January 22nd, 1973, I felt the United States of America had become Nazi Germany, and I was sitting in Nazi Germany. And I thought I'd be spending the rest of my life in jail. And so it was the other thing that was so painful was there was silence. There wasn't an uproar. Everybody wasn't taken to the streets. I thought there'd be hundreds of thousands of people taken to the streets. And I had been in the civil rights movement as a preteen and all. And I said, well, why aren't these same people coming in the streets? Because these are also our brothers and sisters, like our American brothers and sisters and others who are being discriminated against. The silence was the most heartbreaking experience I ever had, the silence. You know, but it's wonderful to look at all of you here. There's not just one person here. They're all of you. And by your witness, what we do tomorrow, maybe that will grow to be hundreds and thousands. But whatever it is, we don't depend on numbers. We depend on God's grace. And we just do, each day, our own little thing to the best of our ability.
Joe, before you go, talk about the numbers of times that you've been able to talk to a pregnant woman behind bars, saving babies saved in jail.
Oh, that's very common. That's very common to do turnabouts in jail. It happens all the time. And also, women who are very, very, very pro-abortion, and they'll be very angry. But you know, you're shining the love of Christ and just love of the children. And eventually, even those angry about abortion, maybe very angry at you, how dare you? Like, you know, we've all seen that. They'll come and want to talk to you because you exude peace, and you always be smiling at them. No matter how angry they are at you, you always smile at them. So eventually, they'll want to talk to you, and then you see they become your best friend. And they begin to protect you. If someone's a little bit mean to you or rough, they get in their face, and you have to say, "Oh, please don't mess with me." You know, so you're out there trying to calm them down because they want to protect you. The ones who were your worst enemies in the beginning. The opportunities in jail is so tremendous. The hardest thing for me in jail was not being able to go to Mass every day and receive our dear Lord in the most blessed sacrament. That was the hardest thing. And the hardest decision I made was to make it worse. You usually get to some jails that you go to Holy Communion, go to Mass once a week or once a month. If you're going to non-cooperative, cooperate. Some people non-cooperative jail, I do. Because, we're not even talking about that for tomorrow. But to make a decision, you lose all your good time and you lose all privileges. So that's just another thing. There's all time. Anyway, I'm just saying that because there's a lot of opportunities to sacrifice in jail.
Does anyone else have a question for Joan? It's a super privilege to have her here.
Thank you.
I know there are questions. Go ahead, Melanie, please.
I'm curious if you can talk about if there were times that you went to jail, prison, and you were away from your children. And what was that like as a mother, missing out on their childhood?
Joan, repeat the question, please.
Okay, I was just asked how it felt to be in prison when I had children, and now I have grandchildren too. That for a parent, of course, is the hardest. You know, when your children are hurting, you know they're missing you, and to be in jail. Again, it goes back to you would never make that decision. You would just say, no, I can't do that. I liken it to this, because I had to go through that. Should I do it? And would God want me to do it? And am I doing more harm than good? If I had 10 children, well, I say I have 7 children, so I'll say, having 7 children, and when my children were little, I believe I would, and I hope I would, if I saw a little kid being about ready to be hit by a car, I'd jump in front of that car and push that child to safety. And my children wouldn't have a mother. But sometimes God asks us to do something. And my wonderful husband could find another wonderful, a really better wife than me. A much better wife than me. I know that. So that's the good side of it. I know he'll be okay. And God will take care of him. Yes, Missy?
Joan, I wonder if you'd be so kind as to share your childhood experience, which I think, I'm guessing, imprinted you and sent you on this journey to save children when you came home from school as a little girl and your mother had given birth.
Repeat the question, please.
Missy just asked, she knew of an experience I had when I was 10 years old, And I came home, my mother had just had a miscarriage, my little brother, baby Joel. And my sister had gotten home a little before me, Susan. And the baby was in the bowl, and his little tongue, he was like 3 months old. He was moving in my mother put him in holy water. He was too young to survive. And his little fingers were moving, his little tongue was going in and out until he died, you know. My mother baptized him. Called a priest, but it was rural Tennessee at that time, so the priest didn't get there right away, but she baptized the baby in holy water till he died, you know, and he died. But that experience of seeing my little brother, seeing him, knowing he had gotten baptized, I didn't there in time to see the baptism, and just holding him, I held him. And he's buried on our property. The priest came and blessed the place where we buried him. It was a natural kind of a gravestone type of stone, just a natural rock. And we put scapulars and little religious ornaments and precious sacramentals in the little coffin. His little coffin was, my dad loved coffee, and the little Hershey's silver cans that you have Hershey's in, he was buried in that little silver can. And then my brother and I transported two little cedar trees from the big cedar field and put it beside the grave. They turned brown within a few weeks, but anyway. But loving that little baby, knowing he was my brother, and knowing I would have that brother forever and one day see him in heaven. It was a beautiful experience. And the love I felt for him transported to when I see other moms going in to have their babies killed. It went to that. And then, of course, seeing the aborted babies pictures and having done dumpster diving to retrieve baby bodies, and then doing I do spiritual baptism. I know it's not sacramental, but I do a spiritual baptism. I try to do it every day. Just asking God's permission, only His permission, knowing it's not a sacrament, but permission to spiritually baptize that child. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. And it's to actually ask Jesus that may the water that ran from His side at the piercing of the lance, the tears that flowed from His eyes because of our sins, and the sweat that covered His face during the Passion, could this water be the baptismal water for the children? And then may the blood that ran from every wound of His body be their justification before the Father. But God doesn't need baptism. God is bound by His sacraments, but He is not limited by them. And we trust the innocent are in the just hand of God.
Are you trying to do something, Hodge? Are you trying to, do you have to, okay. Joan, how many times have you been arrested and how many years have you spent in jail? Oh, I'm sorry, he says go ahead. Yeah.
Joan, I was going to ask you, how does it feel to be pardoned by Trump?
Wonderful. I was looking at another, 5 years I don't do probation, so I was going to do 5 years, and if I do it non-co-op, that'd be 5 years in jail. I was so happy. And God had us, really all of us, released the morning, pardoned and released the morning of the March for Life. Now, doesn't God do everything just to the nth degree? And we rushed to Washington, D.C. And we stayed at Sister Didi's convent in the early hours of the morning. They went to morning mass for the first time in a long time. In like 9 months, I'm going to do mass and communion, our dear Lord Jesus. And then we went to the march. God is so good.
How many times have you been arrested and how much time have you spent in jail or prison?
I know it's been, I had a priest friend that said, you have to let me know, write down, so years ago, back in the 70s. But, so it's been over 200 times been arrested. Not as much as Mary Wagner or Linda Gibbons, but about almost 7 years, a little less than 7 years, probably 6.5 or more.
6.5 years?
Altogether.
Why are you here?
I'm here because of rescue resurrection, and it's the best thing any pro-lifer can do. Let's all get together, do all the other, don't stop doing all the other pro-life work. And if getting arrested would keep you from doing sidewalk counseling, because that's the mission God's called you to, then you might not be able to, but you can be some support. Because while others are being dragged away, you can be there with your signs and singing, you're praying, and you can talk to moms as they are coming around the corner and they're stopping. You can go over there. So we need people not just who get arrested. We need lots and lots of people who are praying and sidewalk counseling and just showing love to these moms and the police officers and everybody. You know, you see a weary police officer, maybe you can give them
Do you
their pros.
talk about the connection between what we're doing and bringing this to an end?
Oh, I firmly believe you cannot stop anything as evil as child murder unless you're willing to risk your own life and your freedom. It's such an evil, you can't just do it by offering help. Because when there's a mindset that it's okay to kill a baby, who could imagine the human brain could ever think it's okay to kill a baby? Don't kill a cat, don't kill a frog, but you kill a little baby? And you can see these babies, these are real babies. You can see them. If the human mind can do that, there's nothing that can stop that killing without a sacrifice. I say is equal, be willing to die. And since most of the time you won't die, you know, we're not in Nazi Germany yet, or communist Russia. Well, when Russia was communist. But you might risk arrest. There's a few people who have been killed. Richard Mahoney is supposed to be here, and he was shot because he was, I shouldn't say this, but it's true, he was sidewalk counseling all by himself. And this man gets out of the car, walks over to the door, the abortionist comes to the door, points to Richard, and then, you know, goes back, the abortionist goes back inside, and the guy comes towards Richard, pulls out a gun, and Richard takes off, luckily to the field. He takes off running, and the guy's running at him, shooting. And finally, Richard gets hit in the back, and he falls. And he turns over, the guy standing over him, ready to kill him. He says, "Dear St. Joseph." Was it St. Joseph? I can't remember now. I think it was St. Joseph. No, I think it was St. Michael. St. Michael, help me. And the gun jams. He put right his head and it jams, and then he runs. He gets arrested, the guy. Guess what? It was his first offense, and he gets off scot-free, doesn't do any jail time. Wow. First offense. Wow. Attempted murder. And then the police tell Richard after he comes back from the doctor and all, they talk to him in the hospital. They ask him what happened. He says, you know, he pulled the trigger, but it didn't go off. They said, we examined the gun. No, that kind of gun never jams. It's impossible. But nothing's impossible for God. You're scared of an exam or something you're real scared of. If you face it, you're not scared anymore. So if you know you're willing to die for the babies, die for Jesus, then this is a piece of cake tomorrow, right? but it is necessary. Rescue is necessary because what do? We debate issues. We rescue people. And no one's going to believe these little babies are people until we're willing to rescue them, right?
If abortion is murder, let's act like it's murder.
Yeah.
Bishop Coffey was not always a bishop. He was not always a priest. But he was always from a large pro-life family and has an incredible, every time I hear him talk, I learn one more new little thing about you, your family, where you were arrested. We were walking down the Hall of History in the education building, and he goes, I was at that one. I was at that one. I was there. I was in jail with Father Wood. I was in there. He goes, where am I in the pictures? Bishop Coffey, I know you were there, and I'm so thankful that you're here. And I ask you to come up and do everything you can in your power to get 12 people with us to get arrested tomorrow. Amen.
Hi everybody, I'm Bishop Joe Coffey, and I'd like to thank Randy for inviting me here today. Randy and I go way back to 1988. So I want to tell you how all that happened. I was 13 or so when Roe v. Wade happened. My dad was a doctor, and I remember him telling us what had just happened with abortion. And that's when I became a pro-lifer at the age of 12 and a half. And that, a year later, I was in high school, and our bus from Archbishop John Carroll High School went to it may have been the first or the second March for Life. And then I went every year for many years, raised a high school, college, as a seminarian, continued to be pro-life. Well, I ended up in Europe after college. I used to be a school teacher, a ski instructor, and I sold Japanese cars to American soldiers in Germany. How's that for preparation for the priesthood, right? And I was also in Belgium for 2 years, selling cars to Americans. And I remember it was 1988. I had been in Europe for about 5 years, and I had a very specific prayer. Lord, what should I do next? Should I go back to America? Should I go to Europe or Asia? Because our company sold cars to American soldiers all over the world. We had offices in Japan and Korea. What should I do, Lord? I'm open to do what you want me to do. And I said that prayer for 6 straight months every night. And then my life changed very dramatically when I read an article in the International Herald Tribune. And it said, a couple hundred people arrested in Cherry Hill, New Jersey at Operation Rescue. And I thought, wow, Cherry Hill, New Jersey is right across the river from my hometown of Philly. I then found out that my oldest sister, Rosanita, was one of the ones arrested. And I couldn't believe it. She's the least likely of the 9 of us to get arrested. She was the good one of the family. Well, I found out that it was very peaceful, non-violent, people singing, praying the rosary, and I was intrigued by this. So I asked her a lot of questions. I came home for a vacation. I was like a sponge. I said, tell me all about it. I went back to Belgium, back to my job, and I thought, you know what? Something's happening back in America, and I want to be part of it. So I put my notice in for work. I put my 2 weeks notice in. I came home on September the 1st, 1988, after 5 years in Europe. 10 days later, on September the 10th, 1988, I was arrested for the first time in Delaware with a group from Philadelphia. And I'll never forget it. I was down there in front of the abortion clinic doors. I've been only back in the States 10 days. The Delaware State Police show up. The guys with smoky bear hats. These aren't rent-a-cop. These aren't mall cops. These are the real deal. And they said, you got to move right now. You can imagine my state of mind. I was a little bit anxious. And they said, don't move, don't move, don't move. Just keep singing, just keep praying. And I could hardly believe this was happening to me. I had just left Europe, and I'm now getting arrested. So they dragged us across the parking lot, not very gently. And they put us in a little spot. They said, if you move, it's a felony. Nobody moved. They took us to a little jail. It was like a revival. We were singing and praising the Lord. It was beautiful. I got to make my one phone call. I called Mom. It was her birthday. I said, Mom, I'm in jail.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. And her 2 brothers were there. Bill and Tom Schubert, both lawyers. They were at my mom's birthday party. And they wanted to know why their nephew was in jail. So I told them. Well, they let us out after a couple hours. That began a 2-year period of my life where I wasn't thinking about seminary. That was the farthest thing from my mind. Never thought about it at all. And I got involved with the rescue movement. and I met Randall Terry, and my mom loved this guy. She really did. She saw you a couple times in D.C. at the March for Life, and I remember saying, oh, I just love that Randall Terry. He's so great. She loved people who were doers. She loved people who were active and actually did lots of good things. So the next 2 years, I was a local Philadelphia Operation Rescue Marshal, they used to call us. And we used to go to these planning meetings, and it was all very like clandestine, like a military operation, where we pick a site, we find a time we're going to meet. We often found priests who say Mass for us at like 5 in the morning. And then we'd go to the clinic, and the idea was to get there before it opened. And we'd get there, we'd always hope for as many people as possible. And then we'd start singing and praying the rosary, and it was wonderful. And then gradually the clinic people would show up, like, oh, here they are. Like they finally found us, you know, they're kind of expecting us, like, yes. And the police would come, and we would have people that would negotiate with the police. And we're always trying to buy more time. Slow down, take us slowly. And the whole idea is we block the doors, physically block the doors, but we were always peaceful, always non-violent. And I used to stress that to people all the time. Because I read about Martin Luther King, I read about Mahatma Gandhi, I knew Jesus Christ was my Lord and Savior. So I didn't want to be someone that would hurt anybody or pull out a gun and shoot somebody. I was using my body to block the door with lots of other people to buy time for our sidewalk counselors so they could find the girls, say, look, we have help. Everybody knows there's so much help available. So we give them those opportunities to give their baby life. So I went to Philadelphia several times, Pittsburgh, Atlanta, Harrisburg. I spent a week in jail in Atlanta with Father Norbert Wesleyan. I met some wonderful people, Joan Andrews, Mike McMonigal, Joe Foreman. Wonderful people, Catholics, Protestants, evangelicals. This issue of life really, really united us. Like, nothing else united us. I mean, Jesus is our Lord and Savior, but unfortunately we have these theological differences. But when it comes to life, I would love my evangelical Protestant brothers and sisters who were right next to me. Praise the Lord as we got hauled off to jail together. And back then it was very easy because they didn't. They usually let us out within a couple of hours, maybe a day or two. The longest I ever spent in jail was a week in Atlanta. And it was like a retreat. It was beautiful. Father Norbert Wesleyan was there, and someone smuggled in bread and wine, and he had Mass for us. And we had 500 people singing together. We kept making up these verses. Remember, Randy? Be a hero, save a whale, save a baby, go to jail. Keep your eyes on the prize, hold on. First they tried to break my arm, then they took me to the farm. Keep your eyes on the prize, hold on.
Sing it.
Hold on, hold on. Keep your eyes on the prize, hold on. Imagine 500 men with manly voices from all over the country singing those songs.
Yes.
And they kept coming up with verse after verse. They were hilarious, but I don't remember those 2 verses. So that was a very influential time in my life. I still didn't know what I was going to do with my life, but I knew that that period of my life, I was doing something important, something valuable. I knew that I was saving babies because people used to come up to us when I'd be praying the rosary at various clinics around the country. Wherever I served in the Navy, I always found the best people at the pro-lifers at the abortion clinics. They're easy to find. You go to Planned Parenthood and you find them pro-life people praying. Best people in the whole world. So I just love being able to be with them and to be part of that. It was a very, very influential part of my life. And then I went to a retreat at Malvern Retreat House in Philadelphia. It's the largest lay-run retreat center in the world, or the country. And there's a statue of Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane. And I knelt down in front of that statue, and that's when it hit me. I think I'm supposed to become a priest. And I'd never thought about it before that. And that's when I entered the seminary in 1990. And so I've been a priest for almost 30 years. I've been a bishop for 6 years. And I think it was my involvement in the pro-life movement that helped me to find my vocation to become a priest. I'm pretty convinced of that. So I'd like to thank Randall for your leadership. And Joan, I've admired you, Joan, for many, many years, and your husband, Chris, for all you do. I admire all the people who are in the pro-life movement, the millions of people who dedicate their time and effort to have the crisis pregnancy centers like Good Counsel in New York, where they offer real help. We can help you, whatever you need to keep your baby. And so we couldn't do it without all those volunteers, with all those people going to the pro-life dinners, the Marches for Life, raising the money for the diapers and all the things that people need when they're in trouble. So we got to keep involved. We got to keep doing what we can to let women know that if they're in a crisis, we can help them. And I always talk about forgiveness. If I preach a homily, I always mention that there's forgiveness. Sometimes people make choices that they deeply regret. So I always tell them there is help, there is healing, there's forgiveness. So keep your eyes on the prize, hold on, fight the good fight. God bless you.
Thank you, Bishop Coffey. Oh, if that doesn't get 12 people, we're doomed. That's it. I met Missy, close to a couple decades ago. And Missy Smith has a profound story. She runs an organization called Wake Up. She recently released a documentary that is a must-see. Her daughter and son-in-law are in the film industry, helped her produce it. She was really the first one in our clutch to do the campaign strategy, to show commercials. She has her own incredible testimony. She only has 8 minutes right now, but she has to be heard, and she has been a profound voice in Washington, D.C. Just ask Wolf Blitzer, because he almost threw up when he saw Missy's ad. I give you the one and the only Missy Smith.
Thank you, Randall. It's a great pleasure to be here with all you wonderful pro-lifers. I guess the biggest thing I want to do is to encourage all of you, to encourage others to get into public life. I was a mother and wife and very unaware of what was going on in the world other than driving carpools and going to basketball games and raising children and trying to keep up with the wild man that was my husband. But it was after I had gone to Medjugorje. I took a trip to a small Croatian village after our son John Lewis Smith IV had a massive heart attack and died at school at 19, that I went to get some guidance from the Blessed Mother, who had lost her son as well. I came home from that trip and almost immediately hit the ground running, finding out about the trafficking of baby body parts from Mona Sharon, the syndicated columnist, who had picked up an article from the American Enterprise Institute and who had written about Mark Crutcher, who's, I'm sad to say, has passed away in the last year, but he was a great, great researcher. And I was horrified because I was from the age where there was no sonograms, and I had been told numerous times by my OBGYNs that when I'd say I feel the baby moving, they'd say it wasn't a baby yet. So in any event, when I found out that babies as young as 6, 8, 10 weeks were being dissected and sold like automobile parts, I became horrified. And that's when I started with 4 other women, Wake Up. We prayed to the Blessed Mother, and she inspired us with the acronym Women Against the Killing and Exploitation of Unprotected Persons. It was after that that I ran into Randall. He was coming back from Florida, where he had been living with his wife and 4 beautiful children, and asked if I would come by and meet his wife and meet his beautiful children, and they were very tiny and like a year apart. So I did, and the next thing I know, Randall said, well, would you be my wing woman? And I thought, oh, okay, sure. Well, that meant that we went out into the streets, we did street theater, we demonstrated, we had one heck of a good time. As you know, anytime you're with Randall, it is a good time. It's very seat of the pants, but it was very much fun. We did one video in front of the White House that was still where you could get up close to the White House, and he played Obama, had an Obama mask on, and Obama was at that time a president, and I was a taxpayer who was being beaten by him, and he wanted to have my tax money to murder babies. The first, I don't know, 6, 8 months, there were over 4 million hits on that video. You can still see it. It's called Render Unto Obama. Now, they have scrubbed off how many people, but my grandson, years ago, was sitting having lunch with me, and he said, Mimi, my friends and I saw this incredible video of you, Render Unto Obama, and it had, so I guess it's what, an icon kind of video? Is that what it's, I mean, it was incredible. The next thing I know, Randall and I are in a cage with 3 or 4 other people in front of chasing to St. John's, and Obama had been elected, and we protesters were in a little cage. And of course, you know, Randall is extremely articulate. He is not known as the street preacher for nothing. And so he was just as Big Mike, or Michelle, as she's sometimes referred to. And Obama got out of the limousine, and Randall wailed on them in the most appropriate way. And we did 100 days of rosaries together in front of the White House. And then we did, I guess it was when Obama spoke at Georgetown, and they covered up the cross with a black piece of material so you couldn't see the crucifix. And the next thing I know, Randall is off and running to go to Notre Dame. And and the next thing, I hadn't really planned to go, but I did hear from Alan Keyes, who asked me to go. And I went, and I was arrested twice, and it was the first time I'd ever been to jail. It was very cold. But, you know, it was okay. But it was after that, and to get to the point, which Randall really wants me to encourage all of you here, whether you have friends, whether you know young people, it's so easy to get on the federal ballot. And after we had a demonstration against a very pro-abortion politician out in Virginia. There were maybe 12 of us. And we kept chanting, "We won't pay for murder, we won't pay for murder." Well, it was so overwhelming that Moran said, you know, they walked off and it was over. And it was that night at dinner when Randall said, "I know of a federal law that says if you can get on the ballot, you can run television ads uncensored and unedited." And as Randall indicated, I mean, I was the only one who said, "I'll do it." And as my friend Sister Dee Dee would say, "Me and my big mouth." Next thing I know, I am running against pro-sodomite, pro-child killing Eleanor Holmes Norton, who was a longtime Democrat in Washington, D.C. And it caused a firestorm. I mean, I had been forced to have an abortion. So that was part of the advertisement. We showed the graphic art, or the graphic pictures, I'm sorry, it isn't art. Except I guess with Monica's pictures, they are of very, very early stage, and they are very beautiful. In any event, I just would encourage everybody to do it. And I have two things that I would like to say as I'm being run off by Randall. I want to encourage everyone to go to my website, which is wakeup.mom. And I am suing the United States government for crimes against humanity. And there if you watch the documentary, you'll see what the basis is, and that I do have standing. And I know thousands of women in Operation Outcry, Silent No More, and Rachel's Vineyard. The other thing I want to tell you, which is going to go to the Supreme Court, and I have all the information about it, is this is the tip of the spear in terms of the pro-life movement. It is embryo adoption. Now, the evil of IVF is that there are 4 million frozen children, little boys and girls, in freezers. We need to get them out of freezers. They can be adopted, they can be transferred. I have all the church, the 2 popes, Benedict and St. Paul, John Paul II, wrote instructions, Dignitas Persona, and you can read all of this, and also Donum Vitae. And now, of course, because of the USCCB and Bishop Coffey, we now have the new directives that they are talking about, the sacredness from the moment of conception, when God is there and creates that child, that little tiny human being, and a light goes off, and how we have a moral responsibility to take care of them medically in every way. It's sacred. They're out there. There are pamphlets on how to get, if you want an embryo, a donation and adoption. So if you have friends who have had IVF, I have family members who have had IVF, and apparently what they do is ask as you leave the fertility clinic, do you want them destroyed, thrown away? Do you want them to be given to research? Or do you want to pay $150 a month to have them stored? So I will leave these here for all of you to look at and think about.
She's awesome. If we had a working audio, we would play Render Unto Obama, because she's the best actress in the whole thing.
Oh wait, that's her?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's Missy. Render Obama, that's Missy.
Wow.
I'm just going to put a plug in for this, but I've heard that there are people who are really hostile to adopting these embryos that are frozen. And I don't care who they are. I don't care. I care for their sake that they should not think that way, but I don't support abortion except in cases of rape, incest, or if you're frozen. I'm telling you, I get so angry when I hear about it. These are human beings. Most of them, when they are implanted in a uterus, do not survive. But it was a rescue attempt. The nickname I heard was snowflake babies.
Yeah.
And people, please, look into it, read Missy's literature. But if there are people who can't have a baby for some reason, and a mom is willing to try and save one of these children and put it in her uterus, God bless her. We don't support killing human beings, especially in cases of rape, incest, or you're frozen.
This is going to go to the Supreme Court because already there are laws. Personhood is going to be addressed at the Supreme Court level.
Bring your computer up, would you?
So,
Thank you,
I
Missy.
just want to tell one other thing.
No,
Just
Missy, you're
quickly.
going to kill me. They're going to kill me. Go
I
ahead.
know. July 26, 2025. This July, Samuel Daniel Pierce was born. He had been frozen for 32 years. He's alive. He's well. He's healthy.
Hallelujah. That is awesome. That is awesome. Oh. Wow. Let me know when that is cooking and it's actually working. Chris, thank you, sir. All right. And then, can you put that on this side, though, so that she can... I guess you can do that, right? That work? Real. Pardon me?
Well, he just angled it this way, but it's fine.
But you have to be able to see. Oh, you don't have to see. You got to look straight. My bad. I knew that. All right. Our next speaker has made heads spin, heads explode, made people really angry on the left, and made people really startled and excited on the right. She's the founder of Progressive Anti-Abortion Uprising. She is responsible for bringing a lot of the young people that are here. She's the only person in the street that I've ever met who might be able to yell louder than me. Which is really saying something, because I can boom, and she's like, whoa! So she's got a booming personality, a booming voice. She was a candidate for president in 2024 and showed aborted babies on TV in New York City, the largest media market in America, and in Boston. And there have been just innumerable articles written about her from the right, the left, New York Times, Washington Post. She's in a documentary, and I'm happy to call her a friend and to see the courage that she has displayed. And she's running in 2026. Woo! Yes. I give you Teresa the Prominent.
Thank you guys so much. It's such an honor to be here. Yes, I am a progressive. I'm also an atheist, so, just in case you were wondering, there are many pipelines to the pro-life movement, not just church. The main pipeline I came through is the animal rights movement. And for years I thought, I had sensitivities about abortion, and I thought, why aren't we doing any direct action for the unborn? In the animal rights movement, we were actively doing rescues. We literally called them rescues. And I thought, why don't we do this in the pro-life movement? And then I found out later that we had. It just had been totally erased from my pro-life experience in the movement up until that point. I just didn't know that there had been a rescue movement. And then I learned about Operation Rescue, and then I taught other young people about Operation Rescue. And I also was the president of Democrats for Life of America for a while. I founded Pro-Life San Francisco, and I've done many community-based things, but I've realized that there is a two-part mission here. One is political, that we absolutely need to run for office, and we need to engage in a political way on this issue, but we have to do direct action, which is something they taught us in the animal rights movement, that there is no other way to get justice for an oppressed group. So the presentation I have for you today is going to discuss exactly that, the history of direct action and why it works. Also, I am planning on getting arrested tomorrow, so if you're considering it, just remember, I'm an atheist, and you guys, many of you think God lives inside of you, so if I can find the courage to do it, I'm hoping you guys can too. Let's have 20 arrests tomorrow. 25, okay! So I want to start out just with a famous quote by Dr. Martin Luther King. I know that you guys went to the museum this morning, and as you know, he was assassinated here in Memphis. He said, "Any man who breaks a law that conscience tells him is unjust and willingly accepts the penalty by staying in jail to arouse the conscience of the community on the injustice of the law is at that very moment expressing the very highest respect for the law." So basically, anybody who doesn't agree with direct action is going to have to disagree with Martin Luther King. Rescue is, in particular, abortion rescue. It's a method of civil disobedience in which one defies existing law in order to put their body between an abortionist and a baby scheduled to be killed. So obviously you put your body in between the abortionist and a baby when you're doing sidewalk counseling. To some degree, you are intercepting that abortion. But what is distinct about rescue from sidewalk counseling is that you're breaking a law, some kind of statute. Maybe you're just trespassing for a minute and you leave and you're not arrested, but you've still broken some statute, and that makes it a rescue. There are different levels of risk in rescue. For example, in the early days, people would go in and actually physically break abortion machines and occupy inside the abortionist's office. And then in Operation Rescue, rescues were blockades, people linking arms or just sitting in front of abortion centers like we're going to do tomorrow. We've also seen rose rescues where people enter the abortion clinics with roses in order to try to convince the moms to not go through with killing their child and to let them know that they have other options. So there are, and then you could be like Joan and chain yourself to something. So there are different levels of rescue, but all involve putting your body in between the killer and the baby and breaking some kind of law. So the first time we really see civil disobedience working in the world is with Gandhi. Before that, basically any power struggle resulted in violent warfare. That was pretty much the only thing on the table for dealing with authoritarian regimes or injustices in general. But Gandhi really set this incredible example that, as you know, inspired Dr. Martin Luther King in the American Civil Rights Movement. And then in the early 1970s, this man, Gene Sharp here, you can't really see him, but it's this guy. He wrote the book right next to it, Power and Struggle.
It's starting to feedback, so just
Okay. That's worse.
just lean into it.
Okay. So Gene Sharp published this book, Power and Struggle, in the 1970s, and it became an international hit. In this book, he proposed essentially that power is granted by the people through an act of obedience, and that obedience can be retracted at any point, and rulers cannot rule unless people are obeying the rules. And he believed that if you withdraw that consent and you refuse to follow the rules or the laws, that you can topple authoritarian regimes and overthrow oppressors. And it turns out that you can, by using his exact teachings.
Sound was fixed.
Sorry. Oh, that's better. Many Eastern European countries, Latvia, Lithuania, Serbia, Croatia, in the Serbian wars, his teachings were used in all of those struggles. And from 1996 to 1999, nonviolent civic resistance ended up playing a critical role in 50 of 67 transitions of power worldwide, and almost all of them cited Gene Sharp's book as the reason they were successful. I think it was the Minister of Defense for Lithuania said that this book was more powerful than the nuclear bomb. I'm not saying it works 100% of the time, but with the options that we have, either violent warfare or nonviolent struggle, I think that the answer is clear, that it's clearly working in more than half of these cases. It's something that we have to do. So then Randall comes along. Wait, no, I'm just kidding. First it's Chris Moody. This lady right here. She organized the very first anti-abortion sit-in at an abortion center. She was arrested. Elise, actually, do you want to talk a little bit about that?
That's a good info.
Elise has a lot of info, and she's probably going to cover this a little bit more than I am. But Chris organized the first rescue. It was an all-female rescue, and it started a trend. Then several others joined in, and then and they were all, I hate to burst your bubble, but they were leftists. And then Randall came along and made it cool for Republicans, so that's why you guys are here. Thank you so much. So as you know, Randall organized tens of thousands of people to get arrested between 1987 and 1994. It's the largest peaceful civil disobedience movement in the history of the country. And again, I had no knowledge of this until I went digging. I read the book Wrath of Angels. I highly recommend anyone who's interested in direct action, especially in the pro-life movement, you must read this book. It's written by pro-abortion people, but it very clearly chronicles the work of the rescue movement and how the rescue movement ultimately overturned Roe v. Wade and has led to all of the significant change that we are seeing today. But obviously the work isn't done, and abortion is still super prevalent and unfortunately quite popular. And so civil disobedience is necessary once again. We have Dr. Monica Miller. I have this picture of her right here, rescuing in the 1970s. So there's a long history of civil disobedience within our own movement. But why do we do it? You know, there's so much opposition from within the pro-life movement and from our opposition. But the reason that we do it, obviously, is to save babies. Because of that singular baby who was scheduled to die that day, when we might be able to intervene on behalf of and save. But it also creates social tension, or harnesses existing social tension, which Dr. King wrote about being absolutely essential to changing the law. And it helps mobilize people. It helps people to feel like they can get involved and actually do something to help in a way that sidewalk counseling or other low visibility tactics might not get. You have the ability to help moms, which is also something that sidewalk counseling can do, but rescue creates court battles and records that help us to actually change the law case by case. So yes, it's difficult sometimes going through some of these cases and going to court and sometimes going to jail and serving a sentence. But these are critical in our attempt to make abortion illegal and to protect nonviolent rescuers like ourselves. It also significantly harms the business, and you can do that as a sidewalk counselor too, but I'm going to show you on the next slide the significance of the loss of revenue from these businesses when we shut them down, even for a single day. And I think, you know, I'm a secular person, but I do think that there is something to be said about staying with someone until the very last minute, being with them until you can't be with them any longer. That solidarity just cannot be matched. You can't have that solidarity as a sidewalk counselor when you just let them go in and be killed. So you can't see this very well. I'm so lucky to have this from Dr. Monica Miller. Thank you so much. This is from one particular rescue, and it shows, where does it say? There was like a bottom line, it was like 5,000, where is it? I lost revenue, it's like $595, $500 for, these are all the canceled abortion appointments, and they have notes on them saying which ones never rescheduled, and there are several on there that you can tell just based on the notes that that baby didn't get killed.
The second one says that mom left during the rescue.
Patient was scheduled for the medication pill method for voluntary termination of pregnancy. She was in the office at the time the defendants came in, and she left. To date, she has not returned to the office. And the total lost revenue for that day that they sued them for was $5,400 for one day.
They didn't get any money, don't worry.
Yeah, but they were that mad about losing their money. So rescue does take from the bottom line of this killing industry. And the FACE Act was the law that was passed to address Operation Rescue Success in 1994. It is the law that made rescuing or blocking access to an abortion center or reproductive health facility a federal crime. And this obviously had a huge chilling effect on the rescue movement. But in 2020, my colleague Lauren Handy, along with Joan Bell and several others in this room, John Hinshaw, Will Goodman, I'm so sorry if I'm forgetting anybody, they went to an abortion center in Washington, D.C., and some of them chose to block, some chose to chain themselves to furniture, and some stood outside. And they were charged later with violating the FACE law, and they were convicted under the Biden administration, and they did serve federal prison time. They were all given pretty harsh sentences, but as you know, were pardoned by President Trump later. But
Teresa, they added an additional charge, which changed the whole complexion.
right, the conspiracy.
Conspiracy to violate or interfere with civil rights. That was the 10 years.
Yes, that had never quite happened before. So, but that's the thing with the oppressor, the harder you push back on them, the harder they're going to come back on you. So we have to know that we can try to evaluate what the risks are in any given situation, but we don't know. All we know is that they're going to try to get us hard, and they slap them with conspiracy charges just for working together, essentially, to plan the rescue. Yeah, Jennifer.
And if I'm not wrong, conspiracy doesn't have to be proven. It can be on hearsay. It can be on the testimony of an informant. That's how they do it. It's much easier. And if they get conspiracy, they can get everything else. That's what they did to us.
Yeah, I think that that's true. But the reason I wanted to show you this slide is because look at all of this press coverage that they got. They put the babies back in the news. And we did this, I say we, they did this with like,
You were part of it.
9 people. 9 people got presidential pardons, got all of this media when they were going to trial, when they got arrested, when they got out. It goes on and on and on. This is so critical.
There were 10, Jay Smith too, 10.
Oh, 10, right, Jay Smith. Yes, thank you. So the point is, whatever we do today, if we can be the kindling that Randall speaks of, we can do so much more than this. Presidential pardons will be nothing compared to what we are capable of achieving as a movement. And I think if we doubled that, if we had 20 or 30 or 50 or 150, we're going to double and triple and grow our visibility in this movement and the babies' visibility in this movement. No one is going to understand what is happening to them until we inform them. And we do that through our rescue actions. I just wanted to talk to you a little bit about my personal experience with handling fetal remains, as Dr. Miller mentioned last night, because very few people have had that experience, and it has majorly informed my life and my decision to continue on this path. On that day, Lauren Handy and I usually went to the Planned Parenthood on Fridays, but they were closed. I don't know why. And so we thought, let's go back to the Washington Surgery Center. We had been there 4 months before, and we had walked in the abortion center and handed a mom a rose, and she explained to us that she was back on her rent, $4,000, she was facing eviction. We connected her with Let Them Live. It's an organization that helps the heavy lifting fundraising for people to cancel their abortion appointments, and they helped her out. They got her the money, and she left the abortion center that day with her baby. So we thought, let's try to do that again. So we grabbed some roses, headed over, but as soon as we got there, there was a truck parked outside labeled Curtis Bay Medical Waste Services. And if you've done this for any period of time, you know a medical waste truck outside of an abortion center usually means dead babies. And Lauren and I walked to the back of the truck. I approached the driver. I was like, do you know what's in these boxes? And he was like, no. And I said, it's dead babies. And I said, would you get in trouble if we took one of these boxes? And he said, well, if I let you, what would you do with it? And Lauren said, we'll give him a funeral and a burial. And he said, okay. So we took the box back to her apartment. We called everybody that we could think of, Randall, Monica, every lawyer that we know. We decided to proceed with opening the box, so we got medical gloves, masks, whatever we thought we might need. We didn't really know what was in there. We were kind of thinking it could just be bloody gauze, or we might find like a pulverized arm or leg or something like that. And we were really, not looking forward to seeing that. That was already feeling pretty scary. But we set up the camera, and then we unpacked the box, and when Lauren cut open the box, all these turquoise containers fell out of the top, and she said, it's babies, it's all babies. Because she had seen something like that before. She called it a whirl pack. And they were all individually packaged with initials and a date on them. And some of them were dated back to the time that we saved that baby during Christmas time, of 4 or 5 months before. So we were pretty struck by that reality. But at the bottom of the box, after we had unpacked nearly 100 of these small whirl packs, there was 5 bigger buckets, and we decided to open the biggest one first. And Lauren pulled out this really large baby boy. He was just totally huge. I carry around a 22-week fetal model often in activism, and this baby was twice that size. I knew what we were looking at right away, and his skin wasn't translucent. He was a baby. He was a literal baby. No wounds on him, just dead. And I mean, in that moment, Lauren and I both knew exactly what we were looking at. We're like, this baby was born alive. Like, how would you kill this baby? There's just not a way that makes sense, other than that he drowned in the solution that they laid him in, and in the freezer, in that bucket. And then we opened the other ones, and one was a baby girl we named Harriet. She was also like around 30 weeks. Her skull was crushed, and her brain was suctioned out, and she had one eye kind of blasted open from the suction, so she was just like staring at you. And she had this beautiful long foot, and you could just kind of see her stolen future. And yeah, it was pretty horrible. I think I'm still recovering. You know, it's been 4 years, and I still think about it every day. And you know, this is the reality of abortion. And you know, we did open some of the little babies, and you know, yeah, they're smaller, but still had arms and legs and little rib cages and heads that were ripped off and crushed. And you know, we're just sitting there with this pile of carnage. And I remember telling her, who's going to care about this? Who's going to care at all? And we really struggled with that question because Lauren is Catholic and she wanted to give the babies a burial. She's like, there will never be justice for them. There's no point in trying. The best we can do for them is bury them. And you know, I'm an atheist. I want justice. You know, I wasn't concerned about that like she was. So we decided to, and you can't imagine the pressure that we were under in this moment. You know, there's a small group of people that know what's happening. We're making all these calls to try to find a private pathologist to evaluate these babies, but we have to make a decision, her and I, about what we're going to do. There's not really a playbook for this kind of thing. Well, there is now. But we did have a priest come to the house, a Catholic priest, and do a baptism for unbaptized children. And there in front of the refrigerator at her apartment. And then we allowed him to take the smaller 110 babies to be buried in a Catholic cemetery. And we agreed that we would hand over the 5 largest ones to the police. And so they came, but they didn't come until after the federal government came and arrested Lauren for that rescue that I talked about. It had nothing to do with the babies, except that it probably took them off or whatever. Who knows what they were really thinking, but that morning we had gone over, we'd been told by police to leave the door open so that they could come retrieve the bodies. And so when we got to the apartment to make sure that they had taken them, the FBI was there and they took Lauren into custody on the street. So I went into the apartment and realized the babies were still there. And so the police came, ended up coming hours later, and made a huge scene. Forensics, they just had a ton of police and they shut down the entire street. And when I walked out that day, there was like a news camera in my face, like asking for comment about what had happened. And I, you know, was like, there will be a comment, but I just wasn't prepared in that moment. And then Lauren was released later, but the police tipped off the press. And so then the news was all Lauren had stolen fetuses and kept them in her apartment like a very creepy person. And that narrative has been, you know, pretty set in stone since then. But the truth is that we asked the police to come and get those babies. And to this day, they are still sitting in a freezer in Washington, D.C. There's been congressional interest in helping them, but they have no justice yet. Oh, you're not going to finish? Oh, yes. Okay. Well, this is the last one. I'm just trying to cue you up for the images, okay? I want to show you a picture of the babies, and that's going to be it. Because the whole point of what I'm saying is, this is why we have to do what we have to do. This is happening every day in America, in nondescript buildings, all across the country. And people will not come to terms with it. And that's why we need you to run for office, so that we can show these images to everybody. And that's why we need to rescue, because they will not have justice until people, everyday people like us, stand up regardless of our religion, regardless of our backgrounds, and say, we cannot live in a society that does this to children. There's no progress, there's no human rights, everything is a lie if it's all predicated on our ability to murder children in this way. And I just want to encourage you to get arrested tomorrow. So that is all.
I was so honored to be able to help them. I happened to be in West Virginia at the time. Forgive me. Do you mind if I just?
No, please.
Well, I was in West Virginia protesting, and they called me when they were on the way, literally away from Planned Parenthood, and said, what are we doing? And we talked, and then Teresa was like, please come to DC and help us. And I said, yeah, okay. So we structured the press coverage to do it in a way that would maximize what happened. And we got literally national news. You can see online. Joan is there, Jonathan Darnell is there, POW emblems everywhere, and the room was full of reporters. And I'm telling you that because part of what I will talk to you tonight about, and I'll teach you more in the future, is harnessing the media coverage is a discipline. It is something you can do. It is something you can think through, a playbook that you can have. And because we executed a playbook for these babies, it didn't happen in a corner and get shoved away. It became literally an international story. And to this day, there is news coverage. And someday those babies will have justice. And if they don't, at least they will have a proper burial. So let's work to that end. And our next speaker is someone who I saw your documentary right after you and I spoke. And I thought, at first we talked, I said, would you come and talk about pro-life? And then the more I thought about it, I thought, this room is going to be with people whose mom or dad could be murdered like your friend was murdered. So please come up and share and take until you have to leave to get on the airplane. She's literally going to go from here directly to the airport. Are you still taking her? So when you get up and see Bishop Coffey leave, he's not mad at me. I give you Sister Dee.
Trying to get a pathologist at Sibley, and I had pathologists, but they were all, timid about getting these babies. So, that touched a lot of lives. I'm just gonna just open with a Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, and blessed the fruit of thy womb, Jesus.
Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners,
now and at the hour of death. Amen.
I'm going to share a little bit as Randall mentioned, but I first want to tell you how I first heard about you. I was a lowly little captain in the Army in South Korea. Bishop and I both sort of have a parallel life story, and both dads are a doc and wonderful mom, and we both served our military. You on the ship and me on the ground. But I got involved with some Good Shepherd sisters who were working mostly with women and children. That's their ministry. And then I shared this, in the old days, we used to have things called VHS. They're human. They look like something that Barney and the Flintstones, like they would usually have these big credit cards, and the big stone thing is a credit card. Well, this is what we used to use instead of DVDs, and now we use Wi-Fi. So I shared this VHS of a remarkable man with the Operation Rescue, and with Sister Pamela Volant. And she's an American, but she was doing ministry in Korea. And I showed that to her, and Operation Rescue, and she said, we can do this here. She started to get involved and struck a deal with the docs in Korea, where they did abortions all through. This was in the time you were starting your Operation Rescue, so I was in Korea in 88 to almost 1990. And she struck a deal that if you have a baby, they tried to do the abortion, but the baby, they weren't very good at it because there were a lot of babies that were born alive. And the first time she went into the clinic, she didn't know who to minister to first. She had a baby wrapped in newspaper, as robust as could be, crying and screaming, and that was the products of conception, human baby, human life, and the mother was looking at the child in a total state of shock. So Sister Pamela saved a lot. I got babies. I got involved with her if one of the babies had medical problems, and we would sign the baby on post as my guest, and we would run them up with different medical things. She eventually went on to study nursing because of your video, and then went on to do nursing pro-life work in a place where there is no pro-life work, and that is in China. And they plopped themselves right next to an abortionist that had a double, I don't mean to make you sick, but a double mission of killing babies and making fetal soup. And that's what they did. And she will be coming back to the States, and I'll make sure that you meet her. She's a wonderful person, but so your movement of going in person to save the life of a child is fantastic, but know that probably thousands and thousands of your story went out to the world, and this is just one small little example of how that has made a rippling effect. I just want to share a little something because I got blessed to share with, before I get into it, I'll just share a little bit about the documentary we did because of time, but I did want to share something that was important because I learned something new. I'm a medical doctor. I do the abortion pill reversal in our continent in DC, and in the last 3 years or so, we've saved about, I can't remember the number, but maybe 28 babies through this reversal process. And, God did it, Teresa, and I'll tell you why I know God did it. Because on one side, if there's God, that means there's got to be somebody else trying to do something to not save the life of the child. That means I call it the guy with the horn in the tail, Satan. And there's a satanic connection of this whole kill people issue. And that is whether, no matter how small or so big. There's a French physician, he just died this year. He was a chemist, he was a PhD, Dr. Beaulieu, who, he was the one that created the methpristone, the one that was the abortion, the chemical that blocked the effects of the natural hormone progesterone. It's like a bad key that blocks the necessary hormone that allows the child to grow. And then all women, when they get pregnant, starts a series of beautiful, mystical hormonal treatments that creates this child and allows the child to grow. But if you block a simple hormone like progesterone, the baby will die in an indirect fashion. They also will give, these group of people in the killing place will give something called like cytotech, which would cause an expulsion of the child if after a few days the baby hasn't died from the methpristone. So he was very excited, this chemist, in 1980 in France, because he discovered this anti-progesterone pill. He went, ooh la la, I guess it's a new France. We just discovered something that would block progesterone, which means that we can have early abortions, which now today is like 60% of our first trimester abortions. Safe, effective, and private. These women can kill their babies in their own home. In 2000, we adopted this drug. It's the drug that's used more than any other drug in the United States, even more than Valium or things like that. It's used, women can get it online without a doctor's evaluation, without an ultrasound, which is malpractice because if you don't know whether you could have what's called an ectopic pregnancy, which means pregnancy out of the uterus. The mother will die and the baby will die, and they're taking this to the Supreme Court to try to stop this drug. There was very little vetting of this drug, very similar to the COVID vaccine. There was very little, we had to rush it through. This drug was rushed through, and has killed more children worldwide. Millions and millions of babies have died because of this in the first trimester. And we can reverse it with 72 hours of a natural hormone. Very simple, because if I can do it, any doctor can do it. But go back to time a bit. The gas that caused millions of Jews and non-Jews to die in Nazi Germany was a company that is the grandfather company of this company that is called, if I can find it, the Russell Uklav, Russell Uklav, RU. And this company during Nazi Germany is related to this RU company. So you have a company, the grandpa company, that killed millions of Jews and non-Jews, now with the I say the satanic arm of the death of the temple the devil is the womb of the baby, is to kill these children like the Aztecs did in the 1500s, where they would do human sacrifice and drink the blood of the heart being pumped. That's the antithesis of our loving Father. That means the devil. It's Satan. So if there's a Satan, there's a God, and so we have this evil connection that is now present today and is permeating and trying to annihilate, destroy the mother and the baby in the womb, destroy families. So now we have this rippling effect from the mother's womb of other things that are happening now with the transgender, the contraception and euthanasia. And so what happened to me, I'm a whistleblower for what happened to me in 2022 of April 4th, where a very dear friend of mine, religious sister, Sister Philomena Burley, who I met when I was in Korea. She gave me holy water from Lourdes, and she said, because she was an international retreat leader, she used to give us retreats, give the military, she loved the military retreats, was well known in EWTN. She said, now Dee, remember you are Jesus' doctor, and she gave me Lourdes water. I want you to use this and pray over your patients, and the Lord is going to use you in special ways. And actually, when I was asked to medevac a patient from Korea to the United States at that time, and this woman was on a ventilator from a brain hemorrhage, and we were in the midst of the air in the heavens. The daughter and I prayed over her, used our Lord's water, and she woke up like that. So it was the first miracle I experienced. We had to actually sedate her a bit so she wouldn't pull the tube out. It took us 3 days to get her home, along with about 50 other patients that were being medevaced across the country back to their own hospitals. But I had witnessed a beautiful sister who had touched many lives. And the devil wants to do that. He wants to take away that opportunity to be able to reach out and touch many lives. Sister got sick during the COVID time in St. Charles, Missouri. She was in the hospital. We made moves to bring her back to the United States, to DC, so we could take care of her because she was in a nursing home. And her community, Precious Blood Sisters, didn't seem to want to have her back. And we had made these moves to take her back. If it wasn't for Janice Clark, who was also a pro-life activist in Maryland, who sat at Sister's bedside for a whole week and got video coverage with her, interviewed her, we would not have had this story in which she was saying very clearly, I want to go to Washington, and I want to be with Sister Dee Dee, with her sisters. These are my wishes. April 1st, I saw her that Monday before, had her icon. She was a Maronite Catholic Lebanese sister, so I was going to prepare her room in our home in DC to make it look like her home. And April 1st, they clamped her feeding tube, stopped her oxygen, and started to oversedate. In the video we have, the documentary we did, you'll see when they get the camera close, her pupils are dilated. That means she's got a lot of narcotics on board. Maximilian Kolbe, who's been my friend during this whole time, it took him 14 days to die, and he still didn't die from starvation in the starvation camp. They had to get him phenol IV to kill him. Euthanasia is illegal in the United States. It's rampant in Europe and in Canada, but it's happening here. We call it stealth euthanasia, which means under the wire, hidden. We discovered in our research that there's a nefarious relationship between hospice care and the Medicare. And what was so, God works in mysterious ways, and always be careful how you pray. But as you mentioned earlier, I had spoken at the RNC on behalf of President Trump in 2020, and I was in the chapel praying. I'm a very weak prayer, very feeble. I always feel like I'm not worthy. And I said, Lord, let me be your voice for life. I'm not doing enough for you. But my limited little brain was thinking just the unborn. Little did I know that I'd be on this journey now to share this documentary. We have it under Sister's name and her website, sisterburley.com. We offer it for free. There's a teaser and there's a 55-minute documentary that we got done miraculously by Chuck Neff from St. Louis, Missouri. And we cover Sister Philip Marie, we cover Gracie, who was a young girl with Down syndrome West now. Where's the Green Bay Packers? Wisconsin. And Gracie was 19 years old, got COVID, ended up in the hospital. The hospital made her do not resuscitate without her parental notice, and they did the unholy trinity of oversedation, dehydration, and starvation. Gracie died in about 5 days. We also cover Roy Schumann. He's a convert from Judaism to Catholicism. His mom, she was escaped the Holocaust, but she was killed at a nursing home in Florida. So she was a Holocaust survivor, but couldn't survive a nursing home in Florida. And then Bobby Schindler, Terry Schindler's brother, who talks beautifully about the sanctity and the beauty of our humanity, no matter what we may look like. Because I'm a firm believer in a couple of things. One is we will age, we will get older, we won't be able to do as much for ourselves. But our soul, everybody's soul, no matter who, will stay the same and stay bright and light. So the Lord is constantly communicating with us, even when we don't even know He's there. And so our soul, it stays alive no matter what the state is. Another thing is, and I'll be done, is that our Lord, He died on the cross for us. He loved us so much. He redeemed His life for us, so that we can have eternity. Whether we know Him or not, He's going to give us that chance to know Him and to love Him. But at that moment, He died on the cross for each one of us. We also, as Mother Angelica said, we can become rescuers. And I believe I have now been able to walk a few people. I mean, I was a physician for 40 years, but I never really sat at the bedside until I sat at the bedside of my two sisters and my own mother 2 weeks ago, of the death. And it's a beautiful experience. She saw angels the week before, she saw my father. So, and she was 102. And we have a gift in our Catholic faith called the apostolic pardoning. That's a pardoning that takes away, and this must be given only at the very last moment when we know that we're going to be called to eternity. And that's a pardon of all our sins, remission of sins. And we have clever, wonderful people like John Wayne, who struck a deal with his Jesuit priest friend, because he was never baptized. He said, at my deathbed, because he knows if you're just freshly baptized, you go straight up. So he struck that deal, and he was baptized. So, but anyhow, we have this gift of redemption that I find, especially the last 4 days of our lives, I believe, this is my own opinion, are very powerful. To be able to use our suffering. Suffering is a gift from God that we can use. As Joan was mentioning, who was also one of my big heroes, of how she makes living in the cell, a vacation. Almost like maybe home's not so great, but she uses it as her Carmelite cell. But it's really, I know it's not easy because your kids miss you. So every day you think about that. And she's offering that suffering, that redemption, in that period of time, especially the last 4 days, for those who need our help. Those babies who've been killed, for souls in purgatory, for your children who are wayward, for your husband who's drinking too much, the wife who's whatever, we all need help, we all need redemption. Jesus is our role model. He died for us, gave us eternity, because he said yes to death on the cross, so we can have eternity with him. I'm going to pray for you and your crew to see that light. So, because you guys are just so fantastic. Anyhow, what you do. So, I don't know. I don't think I would be doing it if I didn't believe in Christ. Or, you know what I'm saying? Because what's this all about? But anyhow, sisterburley.com. And please see it, share it. I just got back from Ireland showing this to 3 different groups, because in England there's a physician-assisted suicide is now legal, and that's different from euthanasia. Euthanasia is the robbing of someone's life, like an infant, without their approval, without them saying, I want to die. Physician-assisted suicide says, I want to die. The doctors give you the drugs, and you're gone. But this euthanasia is, they're both evil, but euthanasia is so evil because you're not given the voice. Like our little babies aren't given the voice. We're here to be their voice. And we have to be the voice of those on the other end. Little did I know that the Lord was calling me also to fight this evil of euthanasia. And the people in Ireland are deathly afraid. They have a president in the White House, in their house, that's similar to who we would have had. I can't mention names, I shouldn't mention names, but we would have had not President Trump done the great work that he's done, and people believe in him. So anyhow, thank you for inviting us.
What a joy and an honor and a blessing to have her. And to have Teresa. That was a profound, both of you, just so profound. So thankful for modern media. When you guys are done, when you see this, it's going to look so awesome, because these are all Hollywood grade people. And this message must get out. As I'm sitting here, I'm thinking, oh, I wish that one person hadn't canceled, or I wish, well, I think, we could show this to them. This is going to be awesome. Next is Connie, who you got to meet last night. No, was it Elise? It's Elise's next?
Yeah.
Talk to me. Elise, I'm sorry. Elise, you're next. Elise Ketch has done, all the graphics that you see are this awesome artist. Give them a that row of pictures on either side, our walk through history there, that was all the work of this dear Chris. Where's Chris? Chris Marsh. How do we turn that TV back on? Because it went out. The TV's not on.
We gotta push the power button again.
Do you know where it is?
Yeah, on the side. There we go. Yeah.
So, I've had the joy of working with Elise on several projects, and she really does define crazy, quirky, and courageous all in one person. I give you.
Okay, so in leftist world, we have this thing called praxis, right? And the idea is that you have to have theory and practice to have praxis. So I've got a 2-part presentation for you. First, I want to go over the theory of nonviolence from specifically Gandhi's perspective and just talk through how it relates to rescue, because I think it does so really profoundly. All right. So first up, a nonviolent revolution is not a program of a seizure of power. It is a program of transformation of relationships, ending in a peaceful transfer of power. I think when you rescue, you are creating a relationship with the public.
Let me fix this for you, sir. We got it on, Chris. Thank you. I panicked and yelled your name in vain. Is that better?
You're transforming your relationship, the relationship of the baby and the mother, by standing in for the baby, and that gives the mother a chance to actually interact with you, thereby interacting with her baby. And that is true of anyone else who passes by in the public. You become the metaphorical and also physical embodiment of them. Nonviolence can never be used to defend a wrong cause, and can you think of a way that nonviolence can be used by pro-aborts? I can't personally, so I think we are on the right side of the cause, you know? Nonviolence is a process of educating public opinion such that it covers all the elements of society and in the end makes itself irresistible. So we're always talking about change minds, change hearts. You know what? Rescue does that too. People, their minds and hearts are changed by seeing us out there. It matters. The strength of nonviolence is in exact proportion to the ability, not the will, of the nonviolent person to inflict violence. I think that's really important to remember, that nonviolence is powerful in itself. And so rescue is powerful in itself. It doesn't matter that we're not, making the ultimate decision for the abortionist. What matters is that we are standing there with the babies. There is no such thing as defeat in nonviolence. So even if you don't save a baby that day, like Monica Miller said, that's not what matters. What matters is how much that baby was loved. Nonviolence functions in the open in the face of odds, the heaviest conceivable. We have some pretty heavy odds stacked against us. We've got the frickin' FACE Act, we've got possible conspiracy, we've got all kinds of things, but that's exactly where nonviolence is supposed to function. So, again, these are quotes from Gandhi. Jesus was the most active resistor known perhaps to history. This was nonviolence par excellence. Again, this was Gandhi. Nonviolence is the greatest and most active force in the world. One cannot be passively nonviolent. So I think that a lot of people confuse nonviolence, not violence, and then passive resistance. Those things are all different. Nonviolence is active resistance. Nonviolence is not violent, but it goes beyond being just not violent. And that's what I'm hoping you're going to see through these quotes. I know the progress of nonviolence is seemingly a terribly slow progress, but experience has taught me it is the surest way to a common goal. So you might not see a lot of progress from rescue very quickly, but what matters is that we're making that slow, steady progress over time, and we're going to see change in the end. I cannot be nonviolent about one activity of mine and violent about others. That would be a policy, not a life force. So what Gandhi is saying here is that nonviolence is a lifestyle. It's actually something you have to live out in your family, in your relationships with your friends. You can't just use it as a tactic just to shut down abortion. If you're using it just that way, it's not going to be effective. So you really have to live with love in your heart, especially for your opposition. It is better that you should die at the hands of your opponent than that he, your ignorant brother, should die at yours. So you've got to keep that in mind when we're facing these pro-abortion people, especially the clinic defenders, that you have to basically love them to death. So they might hurt you, but it's better that you are hurt by them than the other way around. It is only he who feels one with his opponent that can receive his blows as if they were so many flowers. It requires soul force, moral courage of the highest type. So if you're thinking of it as soul force, that's great. If you're an atheist, you can think of it as moral courage, but these things really matter in the end. The nonviolent technique does not depend for its success on the goodwill of dictators, for a nonviolent resistor depends on the unfailing assistance of God, which sustains him through difficulties which would otherwise be considered insurmountable, which I think Joan spoke to wonderfully, that God gives you the grace you need to do rescues, to be in prison. But also, if you're an atheist, you can believe in truth, is what Gandhi says. He says, I claim to be a passionate seeker after truth, which is but another name for God. So if you believe in a higher truth and a higher moral calling, that can feed your will to keep going throughout the rescues, through prison as well. So long as I lived under a system of government based on force and voluntarily partook of the many facilities and privileges it created for me, I was bound to help that government to the extent of my ability when it was engaged in violence, unless I non-cooperated with that government and renounced it to the utmost of my capacity the privileges it offered me. So a lot of people look at the FACE Act and are like, I don't want a federal crime, I don't want a felony. I'm going to lose my rights and privileges like voting, like government housing. You're supposed to be able to give those things up, is what Gandhi says. He says, go do it. Go lose your rights. Yay. An unjust law is itself a species of violence. Arrest for its breach is even more so. So we have these unjust property laws that are trying to, and in the FACE Act, that are trying to keep us from doing the right thing, and that in itself is a form of violence, and we always counter violence with non-violence, not with more violence. A nonviolent resistor must always be ready to die with a smile on his face, without retaliation and without rancor in his heart. Some people have come to a wrong notion that nonviolence means only jail going, perhaps facing blows, and nothing more. Such resistors cannot win. To win, you have to learn the art of dying without killing. So like Randall said, you have to be able to take a bullet to the head for these babies, basically. You have to be willing to die for them. And that's a really heavy calling, but it is what we are called to do, to, you know, give one life for the other. And so we have a little more on that on the next slide. Those who die unresistingly are likely to still the fury of violence through wholly innocent sacrifice. So that's ultimately how nonviolence works. Nonviolence is infinitely braver and more glorious than violence because it will give life without taking any. So it is that transfer of power, that transfer of life, that is what gives nonviolence power. The only way to avenge murder is to offer oneself as a willing sacrifice with no desire for retaliation. So abortion is murder. That's exactly what we have to do then, is offer ourselves as willing sacrifices in the place of these babies. And that's what rescue is all about. So I hope that that gives you a broader idea of what nonviolence is rather than just not violence. It is this whole beautiful theory that MLK adopted, that, you know, eventually we have adopted, and yeah, that now we're on to part 2, which is the exciting part. So we did theory, let's move on to practice. Woo! All right, as soon as I can find it anyhow. Sorry, I'm gonna have to bring it up.
We're here all night.
I know. All right. Sorry about the delay. How's everybody doing? Yes. Are we alive? Okay.
No.
No, we're straight up dead, actually. Let's see. We're trying out our new Wi-Fi. It's working. There we go.
Oh, nice.
So this presentation is rescue, resurrection, and de-escalation. So de-escalation is when things are getting really heated and like you've got pro-abort in your face, like the police are there, how are you going to calm things down? And this is all part of the nonviolent practice. So this is just what you should expect for the presentation. So don't talk to cops. Let's start with that. If there's a cop in your face at the rescue, don't talk to them. Or if you do talk to them, there are a few things you can say. Let's go over it. So you can give the name of the police liaison. I don't know who that's going to be at this rescue, so we're going to have to go over that. Do you know, Teresa? Is it going to be Randall?
Probably Randall.
Probably say, go talk to Randall Terry. So that's one thing you can say to the police. Say, I can't talk to you. Just tell them you can't talk to them. Don't say anything. That's my favorite one because I get really scared personally, and it's okay to be scared. Just, yeah, but don't start blabbing, okay? Don't give away details and don't incriminate yourself. Do not talk to the cops. And you can also just ignore them and keep singing and chanting. Like Bishop said, you just gotta keep doing what you're doing and get arrested. Let's see. Gentle action. So let's practice a few things. Do you guys know what the baby crawl is? Who knows what the baby crawl is? Yeah? Okay, so when we're at this clinic, if we are approaching it and pro-aborts are linking arms and blocking, or the police are already there and they're also creating a barricade, we have to get on our hands and knees and start crawling. So, ta-da. And every time you get touched, if you're touched by a pro-abortion person or a cop, you have to stop, you have to freeze. So it's like stop, go, it's like a kid's game. Yeah, you can't, so you don't want to keep moving if you've been touched, and when they let go of you, you can start moving forward again, and you slowly crawl into position in front of the clinic. And this is a tactic that rescuers used in the 90s and the 80s, and it's a good way to keep the violence from escalating, because when you're acting like a baby, I mean, are you being violent? No, babies aren't violent. So do the baby crawl. Going limp. So this is an option, but you need to know that it comes with some risk because we have had rescuers who have gotten charged with assaulting an officer for going limp before, so just know that it's a possibility. But if you choose, instead of letting them just pick you up or by getting up by yourself, you can, when you're getting arrested, you can just go limp, just spaghetti it, like a little baby. Again, acting like a little baby.
To make it harder for them.
To make it harder for them to buy time for the rescue, to buy time for those sidewalk counselors to do what they gotta do, like we said earlier, and to buy time for the babies so that less die, hopefully.
Elise, is it really assaulting the officer or obstructing?
It might have been well, if Lauren got, I thought assault. I thought she got assault because he hurt his knee while he was doing it or something.
We've had obstruction charges.
Okay, so it was obstruction charge. Thank you, Dr. Miller. Yeah. Stay hot and don't die. So I did have my umbrella, but I'm not gonna go get it right now. Anyhow, if you have an umbrella, you might want to bring it. You might lose it to the police though if you're getting arrested, but it's a good thing to use as a shield. I've done this in other movements. I used this in the Black Lives Matter movement, and I also have used it in pro-life things to protect my friends who are getting assaulted by pro-aborts. You just take out your umbrella and open it and try to push away whoever's there. I wouldn't push forcefully, just try to get your umbrella open, is all. Or you can have it open already and then try to bring it down between the people. That's an option. Or if you just see a pro-abort coming and you don't want them to touch you, use it like a little shield. Just put it over your head and hunker down on the ground. Just sit crisscross applesauce, umbrella over. So that's some options to help keep violence from escalating. If you're getting kicked, you need to tuck and cover. So remember, get into fetal position, again, be like a baby, and cover your head. So just some things to keep in mind, just basic self-defense stuff. Okay, these are some tactics that we actually borrowed from pro-aborts. So if you are in the midst of someone who is harassing someone else, getting in someone else's face, getting a little touchy with them, some things you can do. You can use we statements. So you can say, we don't do that here. We aren't going to let this happen. We aren't, and try to bring that person in. You can offer them alternatives. You can say, how about we do this over here? Do you think we could, and try to basically distract them to get them away from the person who's being harassed? You can match and lead. So if they're yelling, you can start yelling back, but then you have to slowly lower your voice so that their voice slowly lowers too. It's kind of a parasympathetic mutual regulation thing. It gets people to quiet down. You can name the behavior. So if someone's assaulting your friend, you say, that's assault, okay? You can use I statements. So say, I just wanted to check over here on what was going on. I felt unsafe. And use I statements. Don't use you statements, because if you start using you statements, the person who's doing the assaulting will feel accused and they'll get more aggressive. So you want to use I statements. Lose to win is basically cut your losses. If you're seeing someone getting harassed and you just know there's nothing you can do, you're just going to have to cut your loss and say, I'm going to let this one go. But then what you can do, we're going to talk later about the delay tactic and what you do when you can't help someone in the moment. Broken record means that if you can start talking to someone and just say the same thing over and over again, like, we're here to rescue babies, we're here to rescue babies, we're here to rescue babies, and just talk over them basically. That's one way to just get them to shut up. You can use benevolent demoralization is another Lauren Handy thing, and that's basically just being a little bit sassy just to get them to humble down and stop harassing you. So you can go boo, boo, and that gets a lot of people to quiet down. Just go boo, not interested, boo. And you can also, if you're a Christian, use loving words. Say, Jesus loves you, I love you, I'm here to help you just as much as I'm here to help other people. But these are some ways to quickly get someone to calm down if they're trying to amp up the tension, if they're trying to amp up violence in our rescue, okay? And then a quick note on diversity of tactics. You saw there was a lot of tactics there on how to de-escalate, and you can use any of them, and don't judge other people for which ones they choose to use. So that's why our rescues have to be autonomous. We have to trust each other, and that we trust each other to use good tactics. If someone doesn't use a good tactic, you keep them accountable for it later, not in the middle of the rescue. The middle of the rescue, unless you see them trying to get violent with someone, is not the time to be like, you should have actually said this at this time. Do that after the rescue, okay? And it's decentralized. We don't have any leaders. We have our liaison. We've got Randall. But if you feel called to step up and do something at a certain point in time, you're allowed to. Sound good? Okay? Everyone following? Yep.
Okay.
And last slide. Woohoo! We keep us safe. So this is the 5 Ds of stepping in and up. So you can distract. So again, if you've got a harasser on hand, you can try to distract them. We can try to create a distraction by coming up to the person who's being harassed and going, hey, how are you doing? Are you okay? Is everything good? And just try to basically ignore the harasser and get the person being harassed into a conversation with you, and then you can lead them away from the harasser. Delegation, that's when you don't feel safe approaching the harasser or the person being harassed yourself, and you say, hey, to your friend, and you say, hey, do you think you'd be comfortable going and intervening over there? That's a fine strategy too. You can document. If you see someone being harassed, hold up your phone, start recording. You are allowed to record. And then if you have the delay. So that's when I said, you figure out you can't help this person at this moment. Afterwards, then you need to follow up with that person. So you're going to delay care for that person, delay intervention for that person, and then follow up after. And you're going to say, hey, are you good? Can I help you now? And just take care of each other, okay? And the last option is direct action, which is stepping in directly and using some of those tactics we talked about early. Hey, we don't do that here. Putting your body between the person being harassed and the harasser, bringing in your umbrella, things like that. Those are direct interventions. So with all of that in mind, you now have the theory, you now have the practice, so go rescue! Woo!
By the way, dinner is being prepared, so stand up for a second, just stretch your arms. Don't leave the room, but go ahead and stretch a little bit. Al, you can stretch. Go ahead, you'll be fine. Very good. So there's a really nice meal being prepared downstairs. We're going to eat. We've still got great speakers coming. Pastor Broden is going to be speaking, my VP. He'll be after dinner, but before dinner. What?
There'll be more music.
There'll be more music also. You're going to love that. And right now, you can now be seated again. Connie Becker is going to come, and she is going to talk to us about how to talk to black people on the sidewalk, which will be very interesting. I give you the one, the only, the awesome.
Quick correction.
Oh, what did I do?
No disrespect. The talk is about how to talk to black and brown people on the sidewalk and in rescue situations.
That wasn't the name I was given.
It was probably paraphrased to you. That's all right. Okay, let me get my notes up here. I jotted this all down really quick, so I'll be referring to my notes very often. Hopefully you can have some patience for me in that. So my name is Connie Becker. As stated to you before, I am an organizer for the Progressive Anti-Abortion Uprising. I organize for several different issues as an activist, and I cross a lot of boundaries, even as a pro-lifer, in terms of what people expect I believe or how I see the world. And I just wanted to say that at the beginning of this talk, that this teaching session that I'm going to give you is not about blame. It's not about hatred. It's not about feeling like anybody is less than anybody else. It's not about feeling some people are naturally more evil than others, or that, for example, white people are evil, or they never know what's best for a certain person who might be of color, or that these conversations can't be had, or that you don't have a place in these conversations. And I'm specifically speaking to people who are white when I say that. I think it's important for all of us to have conversations about race and how that colors every interaction that we have in a daily life. So let's get a few things straight first. If you believe that you are colorblind, I promise you that you are not. Nobody is colorblind. We all walk the world with preconceptions, misconceptions, ideas that we may not even know about, some of them subconscious. You have them, I have them for people, whether they be people who are also of color, I also have them for white people. I don't like that I have those preconceptions, and I'm working to remove those from my view of the world. But we do all see the world in a way that is colored by the society that we grew up in, we're raised in, and live in every day. We don't live outside of the context of everything around us. So I think it's really important to recognize that when we see a person, our first impression of them may include a lot of things. Maybe they're short, maybe they're tall, maybe they're a female, maybe they're a male, maybe you don't know. You know, I'm a progressive, so I see a lot of these. Anyways, but one of the things that you will know, even if subconsciously, is the way that this person's race is presented to you or the way that you perceive their race to be. And in sociology and in Africana studies and many different studies involving people of color, we call that racialization. We know that race is a social construct, it's not a scientific reality, but because of the society that we live in the context that we've been socialized in, living in the society, we all have a split-second judgment about people when they walk up to us or when we're trying to find them or when we want to know what they look like or who they are. That includes what we think their race is and the characteristics that come with that. So I say that all not to say that you are bigoted for seeing that or thinking that or evil or racist. This is just the society that we live in. I also wanted to kind of touch on the question, like, how are you qualified to talk about this, Connie? A lot of you do not know this, but I'm a multiracial person. I am African American, I'm Afro-Caribbean, I'm part of the Puerto Rican diaspora through my grandmother, and I'm also a Native American, part of a tribe of Arawak Taino people, who are the indigenous people of southern Florida and the northern Caribbean. So I have a lot of different experiences that when somebody first walks up to me or describes me are not encapsulated in that description or that first impression. I am racialized the minute that you see me as a black woman. Connie, oh yeah, she is the short black woman. That's the way people see me. There's no problem with that. I understand that that's a society that we live in. But what context can I speak about all of this in? I can speak about it as a person of multiracial identity and also as a person who's faced racial judgment and racial hostility on the part of multiple races that I am. I remember in times where I was pregnant, I was denied care in hospitals, and I believe the reason for those instances of me being denied care or gaslit about certain aspects of my condition were my race. I've been a victim of police brutality in groups where everybody else around me was white or white presenting, and I was the only person who faced that police brutality. And this is within a pro-life moment, and also in other organizations that I've been a part of. So these are my experiences. I'm simply speaking from my experiences. I'm a person with a very rich and deep family history, and I think that we are all called to, of course, see everybody with dignity and humanity, but also acknowledge that we live in a society where people have different experiences, and that's just the reality. So when we talk about contextualization and understanding on the sidewalk and in the abortion clinic how to talk to women of color, women that are black and brown particularly, we have to keep in mind not just the history, but the present. I would advise you to read books such as Killing the Black Body. I advise you to read books such as Let This Radicalize You, the writings of people like Frederick Douglass and W.E.B. Du Bois, and Fannie Lou Hamer, a woman who had the Mississippi appendectomy, which means that she was sterilized by the state of Mississippi simply for being a black woman. We know historically the medical community hasn't been kind to people of color. We know that historically the gynecological industry was birthed from the exploitation of Black and brown women. We know that the experimentation that brought about things like the abortion pill, things like medical contraceptives, and even things like gynecological surgeries came through forced exploitation of Black and brown women without their consent, trying to get this medical knowledge by doing these procedures on them and forcing it onto them. That's important. So I would say that the first thing that you need to do even before you come to the sidewalk or come into the clinic is to have some knowledge under your belt about the experience of people that live in different bodies from you and how they move in society and the ways in which they perceive to be treated and actually are treated in some instances. I would also say to keep in mind the modern things that are struggles for our community that make parenting even harder for Black and brown people. So for example, Black women are 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes than women of other races, particularly white women. Native American women are 4 times more likely to report food insecurity than women in other households, particularly white households. They're also 19 times more likely to lack clean running water than white households are. Latinos are 17 times more likely to die from diabetes, and they have much higher rates of gestational diabetes, which we know is a factor in abortions. We have so many doctors telling women that if they have gestational diabetes, they need to go get an abortion. There's no way that they can help them. They won't survive birth. And that's simply not the truth. But we have to understand what communities are most vulnerable to those narratives to be able to fully help them, to have another tool in our belt to understand their experiences and walk with them where they need to go to get the help that they actually need. I would also like to say that Black and brown communities are more likely to be in what we call food deserts. That means areas where there is no or little amount of healthy food options, things like grocery stores, fresh food marts, farmers markets, and this affects people across several different races, but it particularly affects Black and brown women, particularly Black women and Latino women and Native American women, especially on reservations. It also should be noted that Native American women are the most likely to be sex trafficked in this country, the most likely to be killed by relationship partners, and they are 50% more likely to be at the hands of sexual violence within their lifetime. So when we talk about abortion after rape, something that I find when I am communicating with other Native American people about abortion is, well, what about MMIW, missing and murdered Indigenous women? What about all of our sisters who are sex trafficked and raped and are at the hands of violence? And you have to know about that issue to be able to talk about it. If you don't know, they will know. And sorry, this is just the reality. I know it's very depressing talking about a lot of this stuff, but like I said, it's just another tool in your tool belt to be able to accurately talk to people about the things that they are suffering and be there with them in the moments that they and their babies need you. I think that another thing that you need to keep in mind before you go to the abortion clinic, before you go to sidewalk council or rescue, is no political paraphernalia. So that means that if you're a member of your local, Republican Party and you want to wear your Trump hat and all that, that's okay for you to wear that outside of this environment. But I'm telling you right now that a lot of women, particularly Latina women and Black women, who see you outside of the clinic will immediately treat you like kryptonite. They don't want to come over and talk to you. They don't want to hear what you have to say. They don't care what you have to give them. It's unfortunate, but it's true. You might be the most well-meaning person on this planet. You might have every resource that that person needs to be able to keep their baby and live a healthy, sustainable life. But that immediate first impression is so very important. It's important that also when you're having conversations with these women, if you do get a chance to talk to a woman who is Black or brown or Latino or Native American or whatever, that you're not pushing your political ideology onto them about how you feel about race, about how you feel about racial tensions and 50-30 statistics and all this I guess you could say, rhetoric that comes around race that you might personally believe to be true and may have experienced to be true, this is not the place for you to get on your soapbox to this woman who desperately needs your help. She doesn't want to hear your political opinion about black people or what black people actually need or what would really make their communities better. She wants to hear you be with her in this minute and talk to her about her experiences and how you can help her and her baby. Also, avoid hurtful words and accusations. There was a video that came out about 2 years ago where there was a white woman on the sidewalk. I don't know her name. I don't want to give her any type of promotion whatsoever, but she got into it with a woman who was going into the clinic who was black, and she decided to go on a rant about how black people name their babies such atrocious things, and they have no idea how to take care of their babies properly, and they all abuse their babies, and they're all in the system, and just all of these things, all of this rhetoric about what she believes about black people and all these accusations that she's pushing onto this woman she doesn't know. And so that is very, 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 very bad. If you see somebody doing that, take a page out of Elise's book. Maybe you need to step over and say, hey, is everything okay? Would you mind talking to us about resources? We don't want to get onto conversations that kind of trail off. We're here for you and your baby. That's an important way to rein it in if you see that situation. Another thing that I recommend is that if you are at the clinic and you see a black woman or a Latino woman or a Native American woman and there is a sidewalk counselor or a rescuer who is of that race, you send them to talk to that woman first. Thanks, Melanie. Unfortunately, in this society, everybody makes split judgments about race, and even us as people of color, because of the history and because of the way our communities have been treated, we are less likely to trust a white person. I'm sorry. It's unfortunate, but that is just the truth. I hear from black people all the time that they would rather listen to a person who looked like them about something, even if they don't know that it's wrong, than to listen to a white person tell them what they need to do. And like I said, you could be the most well-meaning person on this planet, you could be the nicest person on this planet. And it's wrong and it's not good. I understand, but it comes from centuries of hurt and hardship. And it's really hard to undo that in a 5-minute conversation. The goal should not be you being the hero that steps in and swoops in to save the baby. The goal should be saving the baby. You don't have to be the person that does it. I remember once I was going to a clinic for my own reasons. I do very risky things at clinics, so I won't say what it was out loud, but I was going to a clinic and I was starting to walk inside and I had sidewalk counselors calling to me, trying to beckon to me from the side, and it was all these different people, and I thought, oh, that's awesome. There's people outside this clinic. They're here to talk to women. This is great. So I go over to talk to the sidewalk counselors, and I start talking to an older black woman, and she gets 2 words out of her mouth, and then a white man stepped in front of her, between me and her, and said, this is what you need to do. Don't go in there and kill your baby, and da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I was like, sir, I'm here to minister. I'm not here to kill babies, but I would appreciate if you'd let me finish my conversation with this lady. He didn't like that. He didn't like it. It was what it was, sorry. But at the end of the day, you have to have some humility and be on board with the circumstances that you're given, with the cards that were given. And to just know that you don't have to be the person that saves that baby. It can be somebody else as long as the baby gets saved. This especially goes for if you're talking to bilingual women. If you have somebody on the sidewalk that knows Spanish and you notice a woman who may, you could racialize her as Latino and she has an accent, and maybe you're not having a conversation on the same wavelength, say, hey, what is your first language? If she says Spanish and you have somebody on the sidewalk that speaks Spanish, say, hey, maybe you should talk to this person. She'll be able to give you culturally sensitive care. She'll be able to give you the right resources or somebody to talk to where you actually feel like you're heard. You're speaking the same language. it's important to understand the cultural context of abortion. A lot of people frame abortion as if it is this thing that just really popped up in the United States only when Roe v. Wade was instituted, when the Supreme Court decision came down in the 60s. And that's only a partial truth. There was a social stigma against abortion, the same way there is to a certain degree today, but various societies all across the world have been instituting abortions as part of their cultural practices, religious practices, and even a way to make their situations better when facing oppression. A little story, my tribe was the first tribe to make contact with Christopher Columbus. Make sad faces now. I love Italians. Anyways, they were the first people to make contact with Christopher Columbus and the conquistadors, and there was an immediate genocide that took place the minute that my people refused to be enslaved and mine gold for them. One of the factors of this genocide was the killing of our infants and the killing of our unborn people and born people. Something that they love to do, that the conquistadors love to do, and Bartolomé de las Casas writes about this a lot. Friar Bartolomé de las Casas. He writes about this a lot in his writings, the torture that pregnant women and young children were under during the conquistadors' reign in the Caribbean and in southern Florida and Mexico and other places that they just newly discovered. One of their favorite things to do was to impale pregnant women through their belly and then just leave them there to die. And if the baby had already been born, sometimes they would impale the baby and the mother on the same sword. So they would drive the sword through the baby and then drive it through the mother. And so all of this rape, all of this conquest, all of this oppression, all of this slavery was going on. And the women of my tribe, they decided, some of them at least, not all because I'm here, some of them decided that it is better for me to kill my baby in the womb before they are born in a way that I think is more peaceful than to allow conquistadors to violently kill us, to dismember us, to impale us, to rip us apart. And for them, even though it was dark and twisted and sad, that was a form of empowerment to them. That they had the power to say when their baby died. That they had the power to say how and when their baby died. And when you understand that cultural context, the lack of agency and the lack of ability to decide things for yourself, it puts a lot of things in perspective. Of course, we don't want people to have abortions, and abortion should be illegal, and abortion should be unthinkable. But when you approach a woman and that is her background, and that is what she knows about the world and colors the world in, you have to have some understanding for that perspective. The same was said of enslaved women, both in the Caribbean and here in the mainland United States. We had enslaved women that were taking concoctions to have abortions after being brutally raped by their slave masters or forced to be raped by other slaves to create more slaves to sell off immediately once they were able to be weaned off their mother's milk. Like I said, I don't tell you this because I want you to feel bad or to hate yourself or to feel like, America is this evil place or all these places in the Caribbean are so evil. I'm telling you this because it's important to know, because it colors the interactions that these women have with you. When you have a child welfare system that statistically has worse outcomes for children of color, when you have a medical system that statistically has worse outcomes for women of color and children of color, and when you have school systems all over the country that statistically give worse education to children of color, that is the lens that they color every interaction with everybody, especially white people, with. So you have to, and I mean have to, keep that in mind. The last thing that I will recommend that you do is to brush up on culturally competent resources. What are culturally competent resources? They are resources built for and by the people that you are trying to minister to. So whether it be pro-black, pro-life, that's another one that's good for black people, spreading resources that help specifically black women in crisis pregnancies. There is Jewish pro-life, which is specifically for people with Jewish religion or Jewish ethnicity who are struggling with unplanned pregnancy. There are Latino pro-life organizations that are out there existing to help specifically Latino people who are struggling with unplanned pregnancies. The reason that we need culturally competent resources is because it makes us feel seen and heard. It lets us know that you're listening to us, that you truly care about us, that you understand the context in which we live, you understand how you're approaching them and how you look to them. So when you give them culturally competent resources, that is just another layer of, wow, you really care for me. Wow, you can get me a translator. Wow, there's somebody here who speaks Spanish. Wow, there's Aunt Angie's home, which is a maternity home specifically for Black women who are several times more likely to face houselessness and even higher when they're pregnant. So if I leave you with anything, I want to leave you with a message of hope, not guilt or hatred or any of that. I want to leave you with the idea that you are suited for these conversations. No matter where you are, you can have culturally competent, kind, understanding, and respectable conversations. It doesn't matter what your political affiliation is or what your color is. You just have to understand that everybody's walking a different experience in this world, and the best way to help babies is not to ignore that, but to understand that fully. Thank you.
What I love about what Connie was saying is that it doesn't matter at the end of the day who's right or wrong about 100 different issues. What matters at that exact moment is to do what we can do to save that exact baby from death and that mother from a lifetime of guilt and remorse for killing her baby. So I'm all in. That's really easy. I'm all in. And I will not tell you any more personal stories, but I am so excited that Pastor Broden is here. Can we have you speak tonight as one of our 2 keynotes? I love this man. Can someone find out how close we are to dinner? Because I think I'd like to have Monica speak before dinner, if you're up for that, Monica. Monica Miller is, as you know, she spoke early. You spoke last night. It was last night, yeah. And now I hope that you're going to talk to us about Red Rose Rescue. This has been a day of tremendous inspiration, and I'm so thankful. Monica, I apologize that we cannot get the audio going. Sister Dee Dee had a video she wanted to share as well. But I know that you can create your own audio, and you can create your own firestorm really wherever you go. So come up and light a fire under our butts and hope you get more than rump roast. Vamos.
Afternoon. So I'm going to talk about Red Rose Rescue. After the passage of the Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances Act in 1994, actually I will boast a little bit. It was actually our group, Citizens for a Pro-Life Society, that was the first, we did the first rescue that broke FACE. FACE was signed May 20th, 1994, and we did a rescue on June 4th of 1994 at the Affiliated Medical Services Abortion Mill in Milwaukee. And so we were in federal court, and a number of the rescuers did wind up serving jail sentences in federal prison. Kathy Ramey, is she in the room still? Life Advocate magazine featured that rescue on the front page, and I think the headline said, "FACE, passed, signed, and broken." So that was great. But I thought, I never gave up on the vision of rescues. I always felt very strongly that we needed to be doing them. And I thought maybe we could do them differently. And not actually break the Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances Act. So that was one of my motivations. But I really felt, why can't we rescue the unborn in the abortion center itself? Talk to the moms, sit down next to them in the waiting room, offer them words of encouragement, give them pro-life literature, give them the phone numbers of the local pregnancy health centers. So kind of, if you will, move sidewalk counseling actually into the place where the unborn are about to be executed, and where the moms are. Why do we have to just stay on the sidewalk? So this is the last opportunity these mothers, and if they have the dads there or whatever, this is the last opportunity they're ever going to have before they walk down the hallway of death, for someone to advocate for the life of their unborn child and to help them. The Red Rose Rescues have been enormously successful. And I want to give you a little background here. So maybe I should give some credit to Chris Bell, because I was at the dinner that's associated with the March for Life. Gosh, it had to be maybe 2016 perhaps. And Chris Bell came up to me and he said, "Monica, we got to revive rescue." So we put together a meeting in April of 2017 in St. Louis, Missouri. Randy was there, and Joe Scheidler was there. I think Chris Bell and Joan were there. Jonathan Darnell, who's in this room, was there. Brian Gibson was there. Father Imperato was there, and John Cavanaugh O'Keefe was there. I think Jack Ames was there. Will Goodman was there. So we configured this new way of doing rescues. And then we had a subsequent meeting at a hotel in Chicago in June of 2017 to kind of finalize our plans. And I'm forgetting John Ryan was there from St. Louis, and Mary Marshmeyer.
And Tony Puckett was there.
And Tony Puckett was there. So we finally decided we were going to call it Red Rose Rescues, because we were going to literally, as part of what we're going to be doing inside the waiting room, we're going to hand out roses. Each rose will have a card attached to the stem with words of encouragement on one side, and then on the flip side there will be the phone numbers to the local pregnancy health centers. We have had, during our rescues, we have had women leave, boyfriends and girlfriends leave, and as you saw that chart, I call it, that chart that's worth $1 million. Let me give you a little bit, maybe more background about that. We did a rescue at the Women's Center in West Bloomfield, Michigan on, I think it was December 3rd of 2017. Patrice participated, Matthew participated, Will Goodman participated, I was there. Who am I missing? I missed maybe one or two people, but so of course we all got arrested. And let me explain. See, a Red Rose Rescue is about two things. It's about literally reaching out in an intimate, personal way to the moms in the waiting room. But the likelihood that every single mom is going to get up and leave that's not going to happen. I mean, it could happen, but it has not happened. So, if some of the babies are still going to wind up going to their deaths, it's very important that we stay with them, that we don't leave them. We have to, as long as, I am very assured that as long as there is a pro-life presence inside the death place, abortions are not happening. So we want to prolong our presence inside the death center as long as we can. And that is the way in which there may be the consequence of being arrested. Don Cavalli, there you go, Don Cavalli was in that rescue with us in West Bloomfield as well. So we have to stay with the unwanted. We have to be taken away, not just leave. At least some of us. Now, it's, I want to encourage you to go to our website, Red Rose Rescue, super simple, redroserescue.com. Look at you click on the About tab, you'll get the mission statement, you'll get our code of behavior and so on. What is it that we're striving for? Lots of videos there, articles are there, our apologetics are there, because frankly, yes, we've had to fend off our opposition, sadly, among the ranks of the pro-life movement. I've got videos on YouTube defending why do we do Red Rose rescues, so those are available as well. And then of course there's the witness. It's very important that, you know, the rescue, and I would say this for any rescue, doesn't end the moment you're put in handcuffs and taken out. The rescue continues when you're in the squad cars, you are witnessing to the police, you're witnessing to the media, you're witnessing to the pro-aborts that might be there, and then you're witnessing to everybody when you go to court, standing up for the unborn, to the judge, the bailiff, the jury, the people in the gallery. So the rescue continues, and continues if you wind up going to jail. And we have talked women out of abortions in jail. People think that this is downtime. Right? You know, oh, you don't want to go to jail, you're being taken off the streets. What is the matter with you? Don't you realize that when we go to jail, we have this incredible witness to all, this is our mission field to the most broken people on earth. I mean, I spent 34 days basically with a bunch of drug addicts. and they love us. And they say, what are you doing here? Okay, you don't belong here. If you read my books, let me put another shameless plug in for my book. I've got 6 copies left back there. So you can buy it for a Christmas present to give to somebody. Buy it to somebody who's pro-abort or is confused on the issue of abortion. Give it away to someone. So I got 6 copies left. But, you know, I talk about our experience in jail. And I remember this fellow inmate, Olivia, this was back in 1993, in the day room at the jail. She comes up to me and she says, I want you to know how much respect I have for you. I'm here for messing up, but you're here for doing something good. And then I had this prostitute come up to me, literally right here in front of my face. She says, what are you in here for? You look awfully innocent. You know, I don't use the F word, and I'm really polite, and I'm really gracious. And I remember one of the things I have to admit that I hated about being in prison was the lights are on almost all the time. Okay, so it's hard to, I'm trying to find the shadows and the dark spot where I could get some better sleep. Well, I noticed that there was a bunk that was open, and so I asked the matron, could it be moved? And so she was very, by the way, the matrons were also very respectful by and large. You know, because they said, what are you doing here, Nora? Okay, but whatever. So I asked the matron, could I move? She's sure, well, Monica, get your stuff, you know, you can go ahead and move over to the other side. And it was little, you know, the lights weren't so bright. And I had the lower bunk, and there was this inmate in the top bunk. And she says, oh, thank God, a nice, quiet Christian. So, all right, well, back to Red Rose Rescue. I went into Red Rose Rescue, and I think I can still say with a very certain measure of confidence that it is face-proof. We deliberately do not block anything. And not that I have a problem with that, understand? But this is a different this is a different way of doing rescues. We're not protesting abortion. We cap the number of people going into the waiting room at 6, no more than 6. Because we want to be inobtrusive, we want to be discreet. We want to just get in there quietly and sit down next to moms and try to talk to them for as long as we can. Now, if some people come with us, and they have the option, you know, if they want to leave when the police arrive and ask them to go, they're free to do that. And we've had a lot of people with us doing the rescue will get up and leave. That's their option. They don't want to get arrested that day for whatever reason. But someone has to stay. Otherwise, in my opinion, it's not really a Red Rose Rescue. Okay, you have to stay. You have to go the whole distance and stay with the unwanted. So it's kind of one of our principles in doing the Red Rose Rescue. So I encourage you, we have a sign up if you want to learn more about it, or you want to maybe, you know, be present in one of these things. There's a lot of different ways of being, how shall I put, participate in a Red Rose. We need sidewalk counselors. We don't do a Red Rose Rescue and not have people out on the street doing sidewalk counseling, okay? And then, you know, we need drivers, we need people, if we're gonna bond out, we need them to be there. You know, we need host homes. If we're doing rescues that are not, you know, they're not local to you, you need a place to stay. So there's lots of different ways of participating in Red Rose Rescue. Father Fidelis, I love him. He's done several Red Rose Rescues with us. What other priests have been really active with us? Father Fidelis, Father Nix, Father Imperato, and Father Bill Kaczynski in particular have been very active with us. So again, go to the website, learn about Red Rose Rescue. We do have the sign up on the back at the table where I have the 6 more books to sell. And I just got to be with you, and God bless you all.
All right, dinner should be ready any minute. So why don't we go ahead and go downstairs, wash your hands, do whatever, go to the bathroom, and then there's a really nice feast that they have prepared for us down there. And when we come back, we've got some more great instructions, some more great inspiration. We're going to hear from the first African-American man to reach tens of millions of people with the truth on TV, including showing aborted black babies. I'm so honored that you're here, Pastor Broden. God bless you, brother. Please come on up and please stop talking for a minute. I'm going to ask a friend of mine to talk. Alan, just come up here for 2 minutes. This is Alan Aversa. Alan has traveled with me literally all over the country. One of the most gentle souls who loves the Lord and loves babies. I honestly believe he's a Russian spy. I swear to you. He types in Dvork. Who even knows what that is? Right, see, that's my point. It's a keyboard system. And I'm like, what is wrong with my computer? Oh, I'm so sorry, comrade. And he hits the button, it's back to English. What, comrade? What do you mean? So, thank you. Right, you got it. So anyway, Alan ran in 2012. And he ran again in 2024, and he did a huge portion of our buys in 2024, and he's running in 2026. So, Alan, come on up. Give him a big round of applause.
All right, so my name's Alan Aversa. Yeah, I first heard about Randall Terry because my wife was on an email list of his. 2012, she said, yeah, you should go help him collect signatures. And so that's when I met him, and it's been an adventure ever since. In 2024, so last year, yeah, as you mentioned, I ran as an independent, or originally I was independent, but then I went to third party just to get on the ballot. Back then there were 10 different states with abortion on the ballot. Arizona was one of them, and we wanted to show ads saying, you know, if you vote for this amendment to the Constitution, you have blood in your hands. The FCC in the U.S. protects federal candidates, so you can show whatever you want, uncensored on TV. This isn't the case in other countries like Canada or European countries. We're blessed here in the U.S. to have First Amendment free speech rights, and if we don't continue to use those rights by showing the ads, by showing what abortion really is, you know, those rights will slowly be taken away from us. So that's what I liked about Randall, promoting free speech, promoting just getting the images out there to save the babies. One of the big obstacles, at least in Arizona, because it's a swing state, is getting on the ballot. So if you're a third party or independent, it's a little more difficult than some other states. But once I got the signatures and all that, it was just a matter of asking pro-lifers, hey, donate. Showing the ads was actually pretty cheap. I mean, there was a CW station, $5 for a 30-second spot. So we just ran tons and tons of ads. So I ran over 100 ads in total during that election cycle, transmitted from South Mountain, which isn't actually too far from where I live, reaching 4 million people at least in the Phoenix area and south of Phoenix, even all the way almost down to Tucson. So if you want to help out with that, you can visit my website. It's just Aversa, A-V, like Victor, E-R-S-A, aversa.vote. And you can actually see the ads that I ran against. It was called Proposition 139 in Arizona, but they had similar propositions in Florida, Amendment 4, New York, Missouri. So it was just, Randall helped, his TV studio helped make the ads, and it was just a matter of me buying the spots and showing the ads. Yeah, if you have any questions, you can talk to me later about that, but as he mentioned, I am running in 2026. If you want to help donate to that so I can show as many ads to show what abortion really is, to end this this infanticide that's going on. That sadly in Arizona, it's enshrined in our Constitution, and it's the case all except for Florida, I think, that has that in the Constitution. But we can still, we haven't lost. I mean, I am a firm believer that the truth is getting out there, despite what everybody else wants to think. The truth is reaching hearts. It is getting out there. I got a lot of response through the website because we showed a QR code on the ad. People scanned it, and they told me everything they thought I should know about showing those ads. But I didn't care. It was a lot of hate mail that I got on the website. But as long as the truth was getting out there about what that amendment was planning to do, that's good. So if you want to help out with that, you can talk to me later or visit the website aversa.vote. All right. Yeah, thanks.
Guess what party he was on the ballot
Oh yeah,
as?
this is funny too. Green Party.
Yeah!
Green Party. It really annoyed a lot of the Green Party administration people on there. But hey, I got on the ballot. And I actually got more votes. I actually got the highest percentage of votes of any third-party candidate in that election.
And they were bitching, going, he's not one of us, he's not Green Party, don't vote for him.
But still, I got some votes.
They just came off the press. Literally, we just got them. They were supposed to be here a little sooner. They're in the back. They're in the back. There's a little thing there, a donation of any size. If you're dead broke, take one for free. If you've got $100 and you want to pay for those who don't have the money, do that. There's 3 versions. So that was version 1. Here's version 2. Proverbs 24:11.
Okay.
Rescue those unjustly sentenced to death. And my personal favorite. Ready? And then on the back, tight shot please. Fetuses are cool. Leave fetuses alone, man. That's a joke inside the joke. Teresa and Elise were doing a video for one of their memes or something, and Teresa just started riffing. Fetuses are cool. Leave fetuses alone, man. That's a really great t-shirt. Let's use that. So there we have it. I am so honored and thankful to have, it was 2019 or 2020, we began communicating. It was 2019 because Sue Sear got involved and started praising this pastor down in Dallas who's been on the front lines for years and is full of courage. And Randy, he would love to have you speak in his church. I'm like, yeah, you don't know who I am. But it was like, yeah, I went down there. We were tormenting Buttigieg in his run, his baby-killing run. And Pastor Broden opened his church. We had a rally. I did, in fact, get to preach. I interviewed him. And when I was interviewing him, I was just spellbound. Like, this guy is really amazing. And then the next day when we were disrupting the Buttigieg event, he's up on the balcony going, Buttigieg, you're a baby killer! My cup of tea. And then we went to Biden's house. Yeah. And the Secret Service there liked us so much, they shut down the road and let us park our huge motor coach in front of Biden's home. Bring out speakers, bring out banners, bring out cameras, and we literally had a rally in front of Biden's home before he was elected. calling on people to not vote for him, saying he was a baby killer. And he was there in Delaware with me.
I was there.
Yeah, that's right, you were there. Was anyone else there at that event? Mike McMonigal was there. You were there? Oh my goodness, look at all the people that were there. That was so fun. Anyway, we tormented Biden. We didn't win, unfortunately. He won the White House, but we tried. You know, you never know it's a bridge too far until it doesn't work, and even then it still inspires people. And that's what he did. And we stayed in touch with each other, just literally over the next 4 years, talking, calling, praying, discussing Bible verses. When I wrote my latest book, he helped edit it. And when I decided I was going to run for president, I knew I needed a great VP, and I had a flash of light. It was like, it has to be Pastor Broden. And so I called him and I said, I need you to run for office. And he recognized the weight of it, because he had already run for the U.S. House before with the intent to win. And you can get chewed up and spit out in that, because I've done it as well. And people who say they're your friends turn out to not be. It's a very difficult life. But he and his wife decided that yes, they would take this step of faith, and we were so honored. I knew that he would never flinch. I'd been with him enough to know that he would never flinch, and he's been involved with every major African-American pro-life group literally since Roe versus Wade. He's been in the fight longer than me because he's a little bit more mature than I am. But I'm just honored to have fought with you and to have been in a foxhole with you. We traveled all over the country together. And when we finally started running national ads, I felt as a duty, literally as a duty to God and to the pro-life movement and to the babies, that his ads be the first ads that we ran on national TV. And October 7th, 2024, I believe that was the date, but we sent out a press release saying, today the history of the pro-life movement is different. Today pro-life history is made because this is the first time in American history that an African-American man, pastor, bold advocate for the babies could be on national television telling the truth. That the Democrat Party is doing the work of the Ku Klux Klan, lynching black babies in their mother's wombs. Those were his words. When he wrote the script, I about croaked. I was like, are you going to actually say that? Yeah, I'm going to say it. It's the truth. So I give you one of my heroes. I don't have many left, Pastor Broden. Pastor Stephen Broden.
First of all, I want to ask you to excuse my hat. I don't have enough insulation on top to take it off. It's really cold in here. But I am really thankful that I'm here at this inaugural of this campus here with Randall. I heard his vision when we were on the road together and what he wanted to do. And I think what he's doing is an essential step to maintain the momentum of our movement. For our movement is in jeopardy. It's in jeopardy. It has lost its momentum. The voice is now no longer primary in the public square, and the discourse of America has changed significantly since the passing or the defeat of Roe v. Wade. While we were taking victory laps, not I, we're taking victory laps. I was sounding the alarm through the National Black Pro-Life Coalition, to which Johnny Hunter and I started in 2008. The first coalition of its type ever in our country. Although abortion impacts my community more than any other here in America. Woo! And that we are targeted specifically by that industry to control our population.
Yes, sir.
And they're very successful in doing so. While we were taking victory laps, the other side adjusted their strategy and their tactics to go down to the state level. So when Randall called me, I knew that it would be a good thing to do in order for us to maintain the voice in the public square. Our momentum was lost at the time that Roe v. Wade was defeated because we started celebrating. and the other side was not celebrating. They adjusted their strategy, and they went down to the state. When Randall and I ran, we ran knowing that 14 states in these United States had planned to amend their constitution to allow child killing in their states. And so we saw ourselves as stepping into the fray and representing a voice that was absolutely essential to stop the slaughter of babies at a legal level, at the state level. Donald Trump advocated for that.
Yes.
He did.
Yes.
And he said it's a state issue. Where in the world does the state have a right to kill a baby?
Amen.
So I didn't understand that advocacy. His advocacy had been stop the killing. Period. And so when Randall and I came together, I knew I needed to go with him on this one because I thought it was the best way that we could get our voice in the public square in such a fashion so as to alert the community, our community, that the fight was not over. It was not over. It still needed to go on. And so I thought that his strategy was probably the best, and I think it's the best today. It's the best to keep the voice in the public square. This facility here is designed to develop and nurture and mature warriors that will go back into the square and alert the community and the country that killing is still happening. It's still happening, folks, and it's more alarming now than ever before because it's a private exercise because of the pill. Because of the pill. I just finished an article that I sent out to the black community saying the fight has not changed, it's gotten worse because of the pill. And in it I make this reference. I'm a football lover. I love football, grew up with football, and played football.
Tip your hat back a little bit.
Okay.
Back, so we see your eyes better. Yes. For the camera, thank you.
Let me just show you why I got it on.
That's a good looking head.
I don't see how these ball guys in here can stand it, but I can. I'm from Texas and I'm used to heating it up. But here's what I said in the article, and I want to share this with you because I think this is important because I think this is what Randall is doing. In football, there are 4 quarters. The first 2 quarters are called the first half. The second is the the third quarter and the fourth quarter. That's the second half. In the first half, any good coach is trying to implement a strategy to win the game. When he recognizes that the strategy is not working, he takes the halftime to make the adjustment. The adjustment is not only in terms of recognizing what is being done to them, but how to inform and to adjust his methods in order to nullify what they're doing to facilitate the win. To facilitate the win. Men and women here in America, pro-life movement is at halftime, and we're losing the game.
Yes.
We are losing the game. It is no longer a conversation in the public square. We have moved from abortion being one of the top items to discuss in America in the public square to now it is maybe not even in the top 10. Epstein, immigration, unemployment, the economy, Venezuela, Ukraine, Russia, now Nigeria is on the plate. And we're all talking about these things, and we're all talking about the economy and how our money and our pocketbooks are weak. And we're challenging Donald Trump to do what he said he would do when he got in office, which he is not doing. And we need to say that in order to get him to be accountable to what needs to be that he needs to be accountable for. I know this is not a popular message among Trumpers, but Mega is starting to ask the question itself right now.
It's all right. Ask them.
Mega is asking the question right now. I think we need to ask that question. Sure. And so I think we're at halftime, and if we don't make the kind of adjustment that is needed in order to win the game, we'll lose. We'll lose. I've said often when I went out, when I was running for office, as a congressman, when I would go out and speak to the community, I would say to them, we're on the fourth quarter, and we need to score a touchdown. The opposition needs to score a touchdown to win the game. They have 11 men on the field. We have 3. We have 3. How can we stop them when they call a simple dive over the right tackle? They'll score. They will score. Where's the rest of our players on the sideline talking about a victory that they had last week? We're in trouble. And I think Randall has an answer here, and I think it's indicative to us that we don't have a full house right now. True. This is indicative of what the struggle is. He and I, as we went around the country, we deliberately went to the big pro-life organizations and asked them to help fund our campaign. The advertisement that we wanted on CBS, NBC, Fox News, CNN. Not but one responded. With budgets that are bigger than you and I could imagine. We're talking about millions and millions of dollars with these groups. And for them to send $50,000 to us to buy some advertisement in New York was nothing. Nothing. I am convinced that the pro-life movement has been infiltrated. All. I believe there's some fifth columnists among us. And we need to be aware of that and recognize that so that we can adjust appropriately to ensure that their dastardly schemes will not disrupt what we are doing. I believe that one of the things that we need to be aware of, and I want to say this as long as I have a chance to say this, is that we need to change our strategy from what we were doing when we were fighting Roe v. Wade. That was a national effort. It is not a national effort anymore. It's a local issue now, a state issue. And what's happening is that the pill has changed the playing field. I like what Randall said to me the other day on the phone. He said, we need to go to CVS, go to Walmart and some of these pharmacies and stand out in front of them and tell them, stop selling these pills. Yep. America doesn't understand or even know what the pill is doing right now. Yep. They have no idea the slaughter that is going on or the adverse impact that it is having on women. Who's documenting what's happening with the pill with women right now? We should be documenting it and alerting the culture that this pill is evil, not for only taking the lives of babies, but destroying our women and making them infertile. That's how serious things are right now. And I think what Randall is talking about here, and I think we ought to be trumpeting this all over America. What's happening here, that there is a training, a boot camp in Memphis, Tennessee, that will help us to get this fight on track again. Our voice has been muted, and it's time for us to put an amplifier on it again. And Terry's got the amplifier. He's got the megaphone. And we've got to support him. with our time, our talent, and our treasure. I've sat and I've listened to a number of the speakers, and you have some great speakers, absolutely great speakers, with stories and with information that I think that will help us to maintain our momentum, to develop consistency and focus. But one speaker, Candace, said something. Because abortion is having such an adverse impact in the black community, you're going to come across a lot of black women who are being seduced into practicing this dastardly evil that is being perpetrated on our community. What she said is that because you are out on the tip of the spear, you need to know the community. And for many of us who are here, who are Republicans or who are engaged politically, we wonder, how could it be that the black community is supporting the one party that is developing, promoting, and pushing abortion, same-sex marriage, transgenderism, and pedophilia as a choice? How could they, as a Christian community, support that? She said, you need to know what's going on in the community, what's happening in the community, why it is that that's so. Have you ever wondered that? If you have, just raise your hand right there. Nobody ever wondered why black people are voting for the very people that are destroying it. Only a few. That's a shame. That means that you're oblivious to what's going on in our community. And that's a shame.
Why are they? Why are they voting for it? I thought they were.
By my vote. Cause of change. How the liberal community, I don't say Democrats only, I say how the liberal community is exploiting the black community to accomplish its agenda. What is its agenda? To undermine and to destroy the Constitution and to replace it with a socialistic paradigm. That's what they're doing. And they've done it not only here, but the technique was used also in Africa.
Sure.
Western colonialism exploited Africa, ripped it off, and is still ripping it off. Who came to their rescue? Communists. They didn't want to help them. They came only to promote their agenda. And they came alongside of them, and they sound just like Bill Clinton. I feel your pain. I feel your pain. And that won them over, because no one was saying to them, I feel your pain. And they won them over, and they seduced them into voting for them, because they were going to help them. But they went in promoting their agenda. What was their agenda? To introduce socialism and communism. And they've done it very well. Our country, the Constitution in America is dying a death of 1,000 cuts. Anybody in here recognize that? That our freedom of speech is on the line? That censorship is now a reality? That when you go into the public square now, you got to control what you say and how you say it so that you don't get in trouble on your job or lose your podcast or your YouTube if you say the wrong thing. America is not the same, folks. It's changed. It's changing. And we need to find our voice. We need to find your voice. I've been in this movement since 1978. I'm 73 years old. And I've been pursuing this issue, and at 73, I'm still finding that we have not accomplished what we needed to accomplish. That we seem further behind the 8 ball than we was when I jumped in on it. I followed Phyllis Schlafly, Timber Hay, Jerry Falwell, and James Dobson. Those of you who are old enough know those names. But they were out front on this issue. And I was right there with them as a young man. Right there with them. And at the time that I got into this thing, it was 1983 when I came full force into it. I had a podcast, I had a radio program, and I was constantly representing this information to the black community, and I got, blackballed. The liberal blacks were against me, and the conservative blacks were against me. I'm just kicked out on both sides. But the voice has to stay. Has to stay. When I ran for office, the word came out in the black community, Randall, that don't listen to him. Guess who was saying that? The black pastors. Don't listen to him. Don't listen to him. It was so difficult that my wife had difficulty on her job, that they were giving her the blues because I was running as a conservative Republican. I'm not a Republican today. I'm not. Because both sides of these parties are wrong and evil and doing wrong right now. Both parties. I may not win any friends in here right now, but I'm going to go back to Texas tomorrow. So anyway, I just wanted to share with you that I think that this is an extraordinary time in history, that I'm glad Randall is recording this so that he can have it for historical records, that there was an effort to stop the killing that started on this day, in spite of the fact that Roe v. Wade was defeated. The energy is still here. My wife and I were commenting that most of the people that's here today are rebels. These are people who are ready to fight. And I think that's a good thing. But I did want to share that with you, but I want to end this by saying this to you, that Samuel Adams said something that I think is very important for us to know and hold on to. He said this: it doesn't take a majority to win, but a tireless minority, keen on setting brush fires of freedom in the hearts of men. A minority. You look like a minority to me right now. But that's okay. Because most people are docile, uninformed, and disconnected. You bring them the kind of information and education that will activate them. And by the way, that's the way it works. Information, education, then activation. Information asks and answers the question, what's going on? Most people don't know that the pill is destructive. It's silently killing babies and nobody knows. Somebody needs to put that in the public square. And I mean, scientific empirical data needs to be gathered right now so people can know what the pill is doing. It's not only killing babies, but it's messing with women. Women are dying on the pill right now. You think the public knows about that? No, they're concerned about Epstein. They're concerned about getting jobs and the economy going back. Can I buy more junk on the 25th of this month that has no eternal value, adds nothing to the value of your life, that have all the junk and toys that most kids and adults want? There's no value. Let me just say this, I'm on a roll right now. One of the things that is a problem in America right now is the American dream. It's the American dream that has blinded us to the truth. We don't even understand what's going on because we're in pursuit of the American dream. 2.5 kids, a trophy wife, and 3 weeks of vacation and tickets to the football game at the beginning of January or February now, the Super Bowl. That's what's on the plate. We're blind. We don't see as we need to see. Christianity is a joke in America. It's lost its potency. Its influence is gone. Gone. I'm a pastor and I can tell you that. Cultural Christianity has destroyed America. And I wrote a book about it. It's called God Deposit Faith, what true faith is. You see, we believe in prosperity from these prosperity preachers who are preaching this. Why? Because they can get more stuff. And God becomes the genie in the Bible. If you rub it just right with enough faith, God will jump as high as you want him to jump. So we're in trouble. I like what you're doing, Randall. I heard your vision long before it became into fruition here. And I believe it's something that is absolutely necessary right now to raise up the next generation. I love all you old heads being in here. I'm old. But we need some more young people. We need to recruit them, get them into this kind of training so that they can know how to fight. Randall says that we need to run for office so that we can have access to the media. We did. We did. And I was extraordinary to see it come to reality. I mean, when they got on there and one of the ads said, I'm talking to you. Preachers and priests, I'm talking to you. And I got on there and said, black pastors, wake up. We're destroying ourselves. Margaret Sanger did it. We took the ball and started running with it because we've been duped and deceived. That's my third book, The Dangers of False Prophets. Matthew chapter 24, verse 11. Many false prophets will arise in the last days and do what? Deceive many. If you're exegeting that verse, you see, Randall, that it begins with many and it ends with many. That's end times. That's where we are. I want to encourage you to stay in the fight, amplify your voice, pick up the megaphone, stay in the fray, and tomorrow stand bold and stand confident that God plus one equals a majority.
Now you know why I was so excited to have him as my running mate. Go to destroythedemocratparty.com. There's a drop down that says 2024 or something like that, or national ads. You can see the ads that we ran. And we must have done like 20 different ads. But millions of people saw his face, heard his voice, saw the ads that he wrote, and they were jarring. How many? What? DestroyTheDemocratParty.com. And it's not meant to be partisan.
I think it's
well, the reason I did it is because all of the Democrats have to have a litmus test that they're baby killers. What we're facing now is that the Republican Party, don't kid yourself, they are drifting fast into a, well, you know, we want the Bill Clinton position. Abortion should be safe, legal, and rare. Bull crap. Don't ever fall into the trap that it's a state's right. No state has a right to own a slave. That's what the Civil War was over. There is no state right to own a human being, and there is no state right to murder a human being. The end. I get excited when I hear great speakers, and I've been excited over and over because there's so many great speakers here. How many of you are willing to get arrested tomorrow? Show of hands. Let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I make 17.
Add one for Jesse.
What?
Jesse said he'll do it.
Who?
Jesse, he's not here.
All right, good. So we're 18. You were right. You said you would have 20. Unbelievable. We're closing on 20. Now, the rest of you, please come. And the police said that they would give us a warning. Actually, they said they would give us 2, right, Father? They said we'll probably give you 2 warnings and maybe even 3. They want to not arrest us.
Stay until the final warning.
Right, so what I was going to say is, if you're here and you don't feel like getting hung up in the system, just stay as long as you can. And we're going to get pictures. A lot of this, I had a nice discussion with a pro-lifer the other day, someone who's here, and the person said, I'm coming to repent because of the sin of omission. Because in 1994, when they passed FACE, I blinked. I made the decision that I was not willing to spend multiple years in federal prison. I own it, okay? I led that organization. I led the movement for a while, the rescue movement. I was going to jail constantly, but it was hard. And I'm not kidding you. I was in 2 different chain gangs, and it was not fun. And when I looked down the barrel of the Department of Justice gun, I said, I can't do it. I personally, it wasn't that it was unethical, it was that I didn't have the courage. I'm owning it. But we have a window right now under Trump where they're not going to prosecute us, and if we can get this firewood, this pile of lumber that I spoke about, if we can get it burning on 2 fronts. One is direct action, social tension, through on-the-ground activism at an abortion mill, at a governor's mansion, at a CVS. Disrupt, disrupt, disrupt. And the other one is running for federal office. How many of you don't have to commit to that, but you're willing to consider running in 2026, putting your name, your face, and your voice? Raise your hand. You got to be 25 years old or older. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, there's 8 of us. That is awesome. And there's others that are not here that are willing to do it. So we're right about 10 already. The mission is 26 and 26. If I have 26 candidates, we can blanket most of the nation, and we can be in key races to try and keep a pro-life majority in the U.S.
You
House.
can only do it if you use my abortion victim photos.
Well, we're using her photos. I made a commitment at the beginning of this race because Lauren and Teresa found these babies, and they graciously asked me to help, that I was going to show one of those babies in every single ad I did, which we did, and most of them also have images from Monica's collection, because these are heroes, and they were voices for the babies. And our production skills are higher than they were, so when you see the ads, they're very basic, they're very rudimentary, but they're going to be cooler, even edgier, and we just need your face, your voice, and your name. I'm Randall Terry, and I approve this message.
My question is a logistical question about tomorrow. Are you going to be the police liaison? Because you are planning on getting
Me and Father Fidelis.
But Father, are you getting arrested as well?
He's not going to get arrested more than likely, because he has an outstanding warrant in New Jersey, and if he gets arrested and gets hung up in the system because of the warrant, that has happened.
Okay.
But we had a great rapport the other day with the police, and we will both be on the ground. And we also have, Gary Lieber is here. Gary might be able to help us with that. We'll be talking afterwards. Yes, ma'am.
Just make sure everybody knows who it is, so when the cops try to talk to them, they can just direct them.
Yes, if the police talk to you, you can say, oh, please go to talk to Father Fidelis. All right, that's a very simple thing. The big thing, you know what, I'm not going to give instructions for Trump. They open at 8. We need to be there at about 7:30. So come dressed appropriately. You might want to put on 2 pairs of socks. You might want to put on 2 pairs of underwear. If we do have to get hung up in prison, this is just genuine. You know, if we're there for the weekend, you want to be as comfortable as possible, and you want to just be ready to have church. Because they, 9 times out of 10, they keep the pro-lifers together, and then we become witnesses. We're entertainment. When you get people that are in there for drug arrests or burglary and stuff like that, and they see a bunch of Christians coming who are there because they're there to save babies, they're like, what? Tell me more about that. It's entertainment to them.
Randall, are we meeting here? Tell us.
No, go straight to Planned Parenthood. And when you're facing, pardon me? If you're facing Planned Parenthood, it's on a corner. Right across the street to the left is a big office building with a huge parking lot. Go there. That is where one of the pro-life groups in the city that our project manager, Susie, she works for the past couple of years. They do sidewalk counseling and stuff. So we'll meet in that parking lot at 7:30.
Can you give them the address so everyone
Put it on their GPS.
It's the Planned Parenthood on Poplar. P-O-P.
2430 Poplar.
Say again?
2430.
2430 Poplar. I'm gonna, before I introduce two other people, I want to give, Teresa's been peppering with questions right now. I just want you guys to know, from probably the first time that we met 6 years ago, she would bug the crap out of me going, when are we going to restart rescue? When are we going to restart rescue? She did. And even after the election cycle, and you know, she ran for president, Broden and I ran for president, then Broden and I ran for the U.S. House, and then she started in with her chime again. When are we going to restart rescue? And I was like, enough already. We'll call it Rescue Resurrection.
I came up with the name.
Yeah, it's not true. She came up with my name as well.
I love her.
Actually, no, there was somebody else in the room. You did Rescue 2.0.
No, you did Rescue 2.0. I said Rescue Resurrection.
Ah, all right. Well, we're here, and I wish that there were more people here, but God knows. God knows. And we're lunging into battle. Now, we've got 3, I think, or 4 more speakers, but I'm asking everyone to keep it to about 7 minutes so that we can go home and get a good night's sleep. I want Michael McMonigal to come up. Now, Michael served as one of my key generals, brigadier generals, field generals, from the minute that we started. We predate Operation Rescue, I think 84 or 85. But when we started planning for this event, we had to pick a date. And I said to Michael and to Monica, you're the only 2 people that are the tail that wag the dog. You have to be here. And if you're not here, I'm not doing the event. So Michael gave me dates that he was available. Monica gave me her dates, and we were able to coordinate it all together. And Michael has been just a dear friend to me through thick and thin, through heartache, through success. One of the funniest stories that we have is when in Holy Week 1989, we're arrested at Planned Parenthood at 6th and Westmoreland. The police just were brutal to us. And me and Michael and 3 other guys got separated, and they charged us all with felonies. Felony conspiracy. And they segregated us from the rest of the population. And Jeff White is going, we're not giving our names, because if they do this to you now, they're going to do it to us next. And so they had over 1,000 people plugging up the jails. And the rumor was that President Reagan, who just left office, called the prosecutor and said, do you really have to charge these people with felonies? Can't we just reduce the charges and let everyone go? Anyway, after Easter was over, we were released. But I'm stuck in jail with Michael for like 5 days, and he runs. This is a runner. He would leave the meetings to go running. And so we're in this smelly little cell, 1 toilet, barely a sink, no shower. And what does Michael have to do? Run in place. So he would step on the bed and then get off the bed like this. And like, Michael, stop. He's perspiring. We're all going, please, for the love of heaven, leave us alone. But he wouldn't quit. But he still hasn't quit. He's still here, and he's been a champion for the babies in Philadelphia and around the country. I give you a dear friend and a true hero, Michael McMonigal.
Thank you for that. Several hip replacements have taken away my running, but I still use machines at the YMCA, which at a macro point and at a micro point, Randall covered yesterday. I guess if we're in the court system, everyone has the right to pursue their own court system, but tomorrow, follow instructions, whatever it is. You don't participate if you're not going to follow a leader. But in court, I don't know if you make any deals with the police, but we can't speak to that. I would also, in a heyday, handle the court system post. The macro point is many here have reflected on their involvement. My early involvement in 7980, there was a book out by Sarah Recoup. It was a 2-in-1. From one end, it was the nice pictures. You were informed of the secret. On the other end, it was pictures of worship victim photos. And in the middle was William Butler Yeats' poem, The Second Coming. And the key line was, the best lack all conviction, the worst of full passion intensity. Which others have said this, Pastor Broden just said that. That's it. The other side has more zeal for child killing than we have zeal for saving. We could go on. It was happening before Dobbs, but after that it's accelerated. So what we're about is trying to reinfuse zeal into the movement, which can come anywhere. It's not just because you get arrested or that. It's you wake up and you think, what can I do today to advance the pro-life cause? And it comes, and I would submit it begins first and foremost in your own church or parish. That's, you'd be amazed at the number of parishes that still have no pro-life contacts, pro-life activity, the lack of homilies on Respect Life Sunday, and on we could go on and on. Now the micro issue is what Pastor Broden just said, the pill. Now, the pill has an Achilles heel that surgical abortions did not have, and that is that Texas has shown the way with civil liability. In other words, if you remember in the 90s, we had all the ads, hurt by abortion, sue, but we could never get plaintiffs because women were so embarrassed even if they were hurt by their abortions. But just as in 2019, Texas showed the way with that Roe v. would fall, when they extended an expansive right to sue beyond just the woman who was hurt and then made abortion a civil liability. And when the Supreme Court upheld that in 2021, we knew Roe was going to fall because that was really a tough law. So they've passed this law. It's working its way through the courts. But I could see that striking down civil liability because striking down chemical abortion. Because we've tried for years to find out where Danko makes these pills. We couldn't, but now we do. I think we have to aim with a rifle about Trump. What RFKJ did, I spoke out publicly against his nomination because he was for child killing, but then he started to redeem himself. What he said before the hearings, we're going to have hearings on the pill, but then a week later, he approves the generic version of the pill. I mean, what a slap in the face of pro-life. Oh, I had no choice. Baloney. He couldn't have delayed that. And then, to be clear, 51 Republican senators, 175 Republican House members have written to RFKJ and Marty McCary, who's been a huge disappointment. I thought he was very good on COVID, but he's been a disappointment on the life issue. To reverse all the policies. I mean, Trump is keeping Clinton's policies on these. I mean, they ship them through the mail without any ultrasound to rule out ectopic pregnancy. A woman who takes one of these abortion drugs could kill herself if she has an ectopic pregnancy. So that's a candle out there. But what we're adding, I mean, we got court cases, we got legislation, but we don't have the activism, we don't have the zeal in the streets. I mean, when what was still in the books, there was a lot of activity in the states on laws. You know, all the control laws, parental consent, informed consent, 24-hour waiting period, ultrasound requirements, etc. We have to start doing that. Our activism helped propel those laws. One victory lap, so to speak, is Kansas. There was a great book written, what the Summer of Mercy did to Kansas. Turned Kansas red. Remember what's the official name of the book?
Wrath of Angels.
Well, but the book that chronicled all the leaders in both the church and in the state who came out of the Summer of Mercy. I mean, there are 4 bishops who were arrested in the Summer of Mercy out in Wichita.
As priests.
As priests, yeah.
No, Bishop Gerber got arrested.
Which I know Bishop Jim Connolly. He was the head of the Respect Life office in Wichita at the time. We met. He was gone the week we started, and he came back and gave a great speech. What a great to come out to an abortion-free Wichita. Everyone knows the notorious George Tiller was there. So that's my, what we're doing has a very macro consequence, that we're adding much needed zeal to this cause, and it has a very practical public policy aspect, that we're going to be the activism that motivates these court cases and congressmen and other state legislatures to do what Texas did. Because even in states that have now these pro-abortion constitutional amendments, these laws would still be constitutional because they're based on protecting women. So that's a great opportunity to speak tonight. Thank you, and God bless you.
Do I have any
do we know if the church or the building is open over there? Chris, if you would I need 2 cases of one case even of the Insurrect the Next book. When you walk into the school, on the left, the second door on your left is a big storage room, and you'll see on the left, you'll see cases of the book, you know the series, Insurrect the Next. 1 or 2 cases would be great. Are you going to help him? Carry him? Would you? Sure. That'd be great, thank you. So, where's Melanie? There you are. Melanie is one of our candidates who is going to run, and I had to, come on up here, girl. I just want to know, why do hot girls run for Congress?
Great question.
Yeah, 7? You got it.
Okay.
Here we go.
Hello. So my name is Melanie Salazar. I am a Catholic, Chicana, Latina, if you hadn't guessed it. I'm a wife. I have an 18-month-old son. And I've been involved in the pro-life movement since college, going on a decade now. And that's where I got started in the pro-life movement, was restarting a pro-life club at my university and saying yes to any and every pro-life opportunity that came my way. And I ended up doing a lot of local work and national work and even international work, and giving God my yes has ultimately led me here to this evening. And I was a sidewalk counselor for 3 years when I lived in San Antonio, Texas. I was outside of the headquarters of Planned Parenthood South Texas, and I did that for about 3 years of my life, 3 days a week, 3 hours at a time. There's a kind of a theme there with the number 3. But when I learned about rescue, I was heartbroken, reflecting on the years that I just stood there and watching people walk in. Once I learned about rescue, to me it seemed like the logical conclusion of the pro-life position if we really truly believe that the preborn are people equal to us in dignity and worth. And I remember I shared this with Joan Andrews Bell. Where is she? I shared this with Joan when we first met about, I remember I was crying, I was heartbroken, and I was saying, Joan, I can't believe all those years I just stood there. I mean, God works, right? I'm sure God blessed the time I was out there, and I gave away hundreds of bags, and I'm sure I saved babies I'll never know about. But I was heartbroken learning what I now know to be true, and thinking there were so many times I just stood there. And I shared this with Joan, and she told me that the Lord would honor all those years out on the sidewalk as if I had rescued those babies. And eventually, abortion became illegal in my home state, Texas, and I began feeling very convicted that it was time to leave. Not to say that there's not still work to do in Texas and states like it. I'm aware of the abortion pill trafficking and people that cross state lines, but I began feeling convicted that I was no longer needed in Texas with the talents and gifts that I was given. So I began praying, God, where do you want me to go? Do I go to New Mexico, DC, New York? And it was at that time that I kind of had 2 timelines I could have chosen between. I could have accepted the job offer at a local corporate pro-life organization, or take a leap of faith and join, dare I say, the pro-life rejects, the zeros, the fools. And I remember speaking with Randall on the phone, actually, and I was crying. I was scared about taking this leap of faith, of like going on the hero's journey, maybe taking the bridge too far. And Randall said to me, Give back to me when you lose the fear. Yes. But you know, as we've touched on, it's something that always rings true to me every time I do a pro-life action, is that having courage does not mean that you do not have fear. In fact, you know, every time I go to the sidewalk, dare I say I'm afraid. Speaking right now, I am afraid. Running for office next year, I will be afraid. But having courage means that something matters more than your fear. And so I make a firm decision that saving a baby, helping a mother from a lifetime of regret, that matters more than my fear. So, you can probably guess which timeline I chose because I'm here at Rescue Resurrection, right? And thankfully, my husband was supportive that it was time to leave Texas, and at that time I got a phone call that Pro-Life San Francisco needed a new executive director. So it seemed like the answer to my prayer. So we packed up our lives in a rental minivan and we headed out to the West Coast for the California dream, baby. And we were navigating our first pregnancy, our NFP surprise pregnancy. You may know the joke of what do you call people that use NFP? Parents. So we were navigating our own unexpected pregnancy, now in a completely new state, and dare I say new world, coming from Texas to California, and leaving all of our loved ones and leaving our culture. It was seriously sacrificial. It involved serious sacrifice.
Yes.
And on our road trip to San Francisco, my husband and I did a couple truth teams along the way. And a truth team is a type of rescue that is theatrical. You and a friend, a partner, you pose as people that are seeking abortion. And so my husband and I, on our road trip to San Francisco, we went into the late-term abortion mill in Pueblo, Colorado, and I think maybe one other or two others along the way, and we posed as a couple seeking abortion. And the point is that you talk out loud in the lobby about changing your mind to want to save your baby, with the hope that people hear you, they hear you mention the local pregnancy resource center out loud, and they follow you outside the lobby. So, yes, it was at the Pueblo, Colorado late-term abortion mill where I got to see my son on a very grainy ultrasound for the first time. It's been very sacrificial, as you can imagine, leaving everything behind and going to California for the sake of the babies. And our movement needs more young people who are willing to make serious sacrifices. Personally, this is kind of a hot take, I don't think it's enough to be the pro-life generation. We need to be the pro-life revolution.
Here.
And resurrecting rescue will involve serious sacrifices. And serious sacrifices may very well involve suffering. Some may believe that Christ suffered so we would not have to suffer. I believe Christ suffered so that we would know how to suffer. I know so often as young people, especially in the age of social media, we want to be liked. It pains us, it pained me when I came out as pro-life and lost friends, lost followers, but I'll take it. I'll lose the followers, I will lose the friends, and I will leave my home behind. I will leave my home behind, and I will do pro-life work in our nation's abortion training capital in San Francisco. I will be willing to risk arrest. I will take on the suffering if it means babies will be saved and mothers will be helped from a lifetime of regret. So I want to encourage you to take up your cross and carry it every day. Carry it for the babies too. And know that we will be blessed. Matthew chapter 5, verses 10 through 12. Blessed are those who are persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are you when others revile you and persecute you and utter all kinds of evil against you falsely on my account. Rejoice and be glad, for your reward is great in heaven. Thank you.
When you leave tonight, I want you all to take one of these, our gift to you. We can't give you the t-shirts, but we can give you these, and you can order as many of these as you want. We cut a TV series a few years ago called Insurrecta Nex, which is Latin for revolution against murder. That's literally what it means. Revolution against murder. So this is the workbook that goes with the 14-part series. They're useful. You can have as many of these as you need. You can see the series online at Dragon Slayer Studios. Please avail yourself of these. One of them will be in the back, and if you say, oh, wow, I like that series, I'll send you a case of these, no charge. Our mission is not to make money. Our mission is to make child killing illegal. The end. Man, oh man, do I want to retire from this stuff. Woo! Thank you. Why did you retire? Because we won! You can't kill a baby anywhere in the United States legally. And they damned him with faint applause. Nathan and his wife, Emily Burning, they co-founded Let Them Live. They raise money to help women in a crisis pregnancy with real material needs. They meet the material needs so that they don't kill their babies. And they have been wildly successful. Any of you seen Pro-Life Spider-Man, the guy who climbs up the side of buildings? Yeah. He has helped them raise a lot of money, part of their team. And he just got married recently, and I hope he stops climbing up the sides of buildings. But anyway, it's an honor to have Nathan and his dear wife with us tonight. And Nathan, I would like you to come up and share your heart for a couple of minutes. He's about to make history. Nathan!
Well, you might have noticed I'm covered in mud. We had a little bit of an adventure on our way here that we weren't expecting. So about 35 minutes outside of Memphis, our Airstream disconnected from our truck. Oh. Let's just say it was kind of bad. So it went down into like swampy mud, and I had to dig it out and then call a tow truck and have it towed back up to the truck and hook up to it. And we got here 2 minutes before 7, so we were just barely on time. So I'm covered in mud, but I'm really grateful to be here. Thank you, Teresa and Randall, for inviting me to speak. For a long time, we've needed something like this to reawaken our country. And so I took my time and prepared something that I hope you guys like. It's also not very popular. I think a lot of people are not going to like this speech. Maybe some of the leadership in the pro-life movement won't like it. Maybe some leaders in the pro-choice movement will love it. I don't know, we'll see.
Let's hear it.
So I've seen what this issue really looks like, not on a debate stage, not in a common thread, but in the waiting room. I've seen women sit in those chairs with tears running down their faces. I have seen girls who should be in school, in high school, in middle school, that are being forced to have abortions that they don't want. Underage girls being forced by the cartel, being trafficked across state lines. I have seen women doused in gasoline, threatened with fire by the very men who vowed to love them. I have seen women climb off the abortion table, reverse their decision, and walk out and choose life. I have seen what choice looks like in America, and let us tell the truth today. It is not real choice. Whether you call yourself pro-life or pro-choice, it is not real choice. Because choice without alternatives is not choice. Choice without support is not choice. Choice backed into a corner is not choice. Choice with a landlord at the door and a boyfriend walking out is not choice. Choice with no money, no home, no food, no help is not choice. And that is where we have failed women. Pro-life America, listen to me. You say you are pro-life, but you have not given women another way. You say you are pro-life, but you have not built a true alternative to abortion. You say you are pro-life, but you have not created a scalable solution that actually reaches women before they get into the clinic. For 50 years, actually longer than that, we have shouted about the supply of abortion. The supply, the supply, the supply. We have tried to regulate it, restrict it, outlaw it, but we have not gone after the demand with the same passion, the same sacrifice, and the same urgency. If abortion is, in your own words, a holocaust, then what do you call it when the very people who know it is evil refuse to fund the alternative? And I am talking to the leadership of the pro-life movement right now. That is neglect. If there was a court of law, you would not only indict the abortionist, you would indict the society that left women with no other option. Pro-choice America, I have empathy for you. Many of you truly believe you're standing with women. You have looked into their pain and said, I want to help you, I want to give you control. I want you to have a choice. But hear me with honesty and love. If the only option on the table is abortion, that is not choice. That is surrender. If she has no rent money, no safe place to live, no childcare, no emotional support, and you offer her only the ending of a life, you are not expanding her freedom, you are shrinking it. Abortion is a solution to her crisis, but it is a terrible solution. Terrible. It solves her problem by killing her child. It murders her child. It solves her panic by creating a wound that never fully heals. So both sides have to face the truth. The pro-life movement has focused on supply without building an alternative. The pro-choice movement has defended abortion without demanding the support that would make it unnecessary. And because of this, for 50 years, we have failed women. We have failed to create real choice. We have failed to address the real underlying problems that lead to abortion. What are those problems? Financial abandonment, lack of housing, isolation, abuse and control, trafficking, despair. These are the fires women are standing in. Abortion is not the fire, it is the smoke. You know what happens when you put oxygen on a fire, right? When you blow the smoke, the fire grows. We have been yelling at the smoke while doing nothing about the flames burning at her feet. So I am not here today to lead another round of the same old fight. I am not here to simply shout at laws and court cases. We know by now that laws alone cannot fix this. We tried to outlaw drugs, and drugs did not disappear. We tried to outlaw abortion in some places, and abortions did not disappear. The legal battle is not enough. There must be a cultural movement that goes deeper. That is why Rescue is being reborn. Rescue that does not only chain itself to doors or go to jail, as we should, but stands beside women at their darkest hour. Rescue that does not only cry out for the child, but fights for the mother. Rescue that does not stop at legality, but presses on into reality. And here's the hope. I have not only seen the problem, I have seen the solution. I have seen a woman on the edge of abortion given real financial support, and she chooses life. Actually, I've seen it 1,000 times. I have seen a woman in hiding given a place to live, and she chooses life. I have seen trafficked girls underage, under threat, given protection and community, and they choose life. I have seen women walk out of clinics because someone finally showed up with another way. So we know the solution. We have tested it, we have piloted it, we have scaled it in small ways and seen the fruit. When women are given real alternatives, they will choose life over 90% of the time. Not because we twisted their arms, not because we threatened them, but because we removed the fear. So here's my call. If you are truly pro-life, you must get behind this, because this creates real choices for women, not just one lonely option in a moment of panic. I guess I just want to add, if we're going to do rescue, we need to do it for a reason. We need to have a positive reason that we're doing it. In my opinion, the positive reason is an alternative to abortion. It's something better than abortion. And I'm going to get arrested with you guys tomorrow because I believe not the first time either. Okay. But this is the one path that both sides, pro-life and pro-choice, can walk. This is one project that both sides can fund. This is the one mission that both sides can raise their hand and say, yes, this is consistent with what I believe. We're not asking you to stop caring about laws. We're asking you to start caring more about lives. We're not asking you to give up your convictions. We're asking you to prove them. We're asking you to stop talking about women and start showing up for women. To stop arguing about choice and start building choice. Real choice. To stop fighting over abortion and start fighting over the problems that led to abortion in the first place. Imagine a future where every city had systems, organizations, churches, clinics, communities that were ready to provide financial aid, housing, counseling, and long-term support. Imagine a future where a woman does not have to choose between her child and survival, where she does not have to choose between feeding her family and carrying her baby. In that future, abortion will not need to be outlawed. It will have been replaced. It will have been replaced by love, by community, and by real choice. That is the future I'm calling you into. That is the rescue being reborn in our day. Not a rescue that shouts from the sidelines, but a rescue that steps onto the field. A rescue that risks everything, that's willing to get arrested. For the babies and for the moms. So let's build a real solution to these women's burdens. That's the movement I'm inviting you into, and the work is just beginning, so let's do it together now.
We're going to sing Pro-Life Revolution tonight again, but it makes more sense to sing it on the sidewalk tomorrow. So just get ready for us to sing it together. We will have psalters for everyone. Robert, yes?
Question, so are we meant to kind of plan our own travel / carpooling tonight? Like,
yes,
in terms
absolutely.
of, okay.
Figure out who you're going to get over there with to Poplar. I want Father Fidelis to come up because we met with the police yesterday. He will be our last speaker tonight, and then we'll ask Bishop Coffey to come up and to give a benediction. I want to honor one more person. Come on up, Father. Gary. What?
Right here. I just wanted to say tomorrow.
Stand up, please.
Oh, sure. Hi. Hey. Tomorrow I'll be out there. I'm not getting arrested, but I'm going to be there for support. If there are women that are going in to be referred to other clinics, or who knows, they might have abortions scheduled. They might have pills at home. Let them live. Like, I'll be ready there. So if there's any women, you can just let them know to come talk to me, and we're ready to help. So.
Come on,
Marshall, Joe, you're moving too slow at the junction.
Do you have any literature to actually?
I wanted you to meet a friend of mine who we go back,
Way back.
over 40 years, way over 40 years. And the thing that's interesting about Gary, I just wanted to come up and say hi. Sure. Gary left at the time was what was a very lucrative job, a good career in the electronics industry, to become my right-hand man, literally. We opened a crisis pregnancy center, we started Operation Rescue, we traveled all over the country together. I could never have launched Operation Rescue without Gary Lieber, and I just want to give you a big round of applause.
Randy took 1 second, so I got 59 seconds. All right, yeah, well, I don't know what to say other than you all rock. You're great. This is awesome. We have to focus on the humanity of the child. That's it. If we believe abortion is murder, act like it's murder. I get it. Sidewalk counseling has been awesome. Pregnancy centers are awesome. Mobile units, I have founded 2 pregnancy centers, thanks to him. You know, because the inspiration was there. You know how it goes. Once you get it in your system, you can't get it out. You cannot stop thinking about what's happening to the country, the shedding of innocent blood. It takes countries down. We're seeing it go down. And so thank you, everyone, for whatever you can do tomorrow. Be support, be there, and we will see victory if we don't faint. The Lord said, you will reap if you do not faint. You will reap the benefit of life if you do not faint. We're not going to faint, right?
Nope.
Good job.
Gary will help you tonight. Chris, would you come up real quick, please? Chris, thank you all for your patience. The Bible says give honor to whom honor is due. Chris Marsh is on the board of Viva Cristo Rey, Christ the King Ministry. That's the legal name of our corporation. We still have not decided what the name of the institute will really be, but Chris has been, to me, my Samwise Gamgee, if you know. I mean that. That's a reference to Frodo and Samwise. Frodo said, I'm doing this alone. And he said, of course you are, sir. I'm doing it with you. And through thick and thin, him and his wife, Carrie, have been nothing but a blessing to me. And he got arrested years ago when he was barely a teenager, young 20s in college. Chris, just say hi to everyone, if you would, please.
Randall's had a huge impact on my life, and it was years ago that I was in college, and somebody gave me a tract. It was called Higher Walls, if you remember that. It was just a little tiny piece of paper, and somebody handed it to me and read it by some guy named Randall Terry. And this little tiny tract had a major impact on me. And then somebody gave me the book, the red book, you know, the Operation Rescue book. And then I went to a rally when I was in college, and I was a smart kid who thought I knew everything. And so I went up to confront him on something. I don't remember what it was, but yeah, I'm sure I was right, of course. But Randall basically just said to me, I was a young kid at the time, he just said, here, take these books and read. And he gave me a bunch of books and just gave them to me. Wasn't interested in money, just said, here, take these, read these other books that are recommended to these books, and I read those too. And it inspired me. And so to me, what this place represents here is what he did for me, which has inspired me to learn, and he just put a different trajectory on my life. And so I'm thankful for that. I have 6 wonderful kids, but I would not have had, I probably would have stopped at 2 had it not been for the influence of this man on my life. So I got Lucy back there, she's number 4, so Lucy would not be around if it wasn't for him. And the other thrilling thing I've had from him is that we went on a fishing trip years ago up to Alaska, And I learned, this is the other thing I learned from him, is not to go fishing with him. Because we're doing fly fishing, and you try to catch the fish while you're pulling it or whatever. I'm not really into fishing, but we went on a fishing trip, and we tried to see who can catch the first fish. It wasn't me. Who can catch the most fish? It wasn't me. And who could catch the biggest fish? And it was Randall, because as he ripped the fish to try to get the fish up, it actually was me, because the hook went into my cheek. And so I have this man, I'm so thankful for him and the impact he's had on my life. And I think we were 2.5 hours away from Anchorage, and he made me drive back to Anchorage with a hook in my cheek so I could go, and then they numbed my cheek up, they shoved the hook the rest of the way, they clipped the barb, and then pulled it out, and then, I was all good. But
always told us to be fishers of men.
Exactly. So the final thing I want to say from the impact on him, if I can just leave it one last thing, is that I've learned from him, and I'm also hoping that this school, academy, whatever this is going to have an impact on, is he left me as a young kid as an incurable optimist. And I still am. I'm getting older right now, and it's harder to be an optimist as you get older, but I still am. Psalm 110 still is entrenched into everything I believe. The Lord said to my Lord, sit thou at my right hand. Who knows it? Until your enemies are your footstool. How do we know that we're going to win? Because Jesus is still sitting at the right hand. He's still sitting there. We will win. We're not there yet. We have lots of work to do. But it's going to happen. Amen.
Why did Chris drive to the hospital? Guess what we were doing on the boat? We were drinking. We're fishing.
I was the one who had drinking the least.
Right, but the three of us, it was like, who can drive? And Chris is like, I can drive, but I got a hook in my face. It was a great party story. So this has been so much fun. I want Father Fidelis to come up and to kind of relay a little bit more about our meeting with the police and what we can expect tomorrow. Father, thank you again. Father Fidelis!
So we're driving back from the Civil Rights Museum, and I think it was Melanie, I forget who said that. One of the things we wanted to accomplish in these days is to learn from our elders. And of course, this kind of stuck in my craw a little bit, because I don't really want to consider myself yet an elder. But I mean, maybe, given the experiences I've had, through no merit of my own, our Lord, as you know, for each of us, He puts us in different places at different times, and despite how maybe kind of dull we are of hearing or hard of heart, we eventually learn certain things, and it's worth sharing those things with each other. I want to share with us a quote from Scripture that meant a lot to me in these past couple of years. What I learned from rescue, and what I want maybe for you to consider and to take into your own heart. And this is from St. Paul's letter to the Romans, chapter 12, verse 1. I appeal to you, therefore, brethren, by the mercies of God, to present your bodies as a living sacrifice, holy and acceptable to God, which is your spiritual worship. Present your bodies as a living sacrifice, holy and acceptable to God. Tomorrow we will be presenting our bodies. We will be intervening with our bodies between the innocent children and the instruments of death that are wielded by Planned Parenthood, whether it's in Memphis or whether they traffic the women elsewhere. And St. Paul says we present our bodies as a living sacrifice. We've had a number of speakers up here talk about sacrifice and suffering. We've been reminded, thank you Nathan, reminds us, he didn't say in these many words, but I'm sure you would agree, with great power comes great responsibility. Our responsibility is to present our bodies to the Lord on behalf of the mothers and the children as a living sacrifice. Because the issue in our country right now can be described in many ways from many different perspectives, but at heart it's that we no longer love and value and appreciate the children in the womb. We don't consider them worthy of suffering. So we need to show people that we value these children, that they have an infinite dignity and worth. And the only way we can convince people of that is by our own suffering on their behalf. So we present our bodies as a living sacrifice first to show the value of these children. Second, if we are asking mothers in a crisis pregnancy who have all kinds of perhaps challenging circumstances to embrace that situation, to embrace that suffering and the cross and the difficulties of bearing that child and giving that child life and love, we're asking them to sacrifice. We have no right to ask that if we're not willing to sacrifice ourselves. Present your bodies as a living sacrifice, holy and acceptable to God. St. Paul says that because he knew that our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, who is our King, he gave us many beautiful divine truths in his teachings. He performed many miracles, but he did not save us except by suffering on the cross, by willing to embrace pain, shedding his blood to the last drop, and giving his total life to the Father. That's how evil was overcome. And we know we are facing the gravest evil in our society right now with abortion.
Yes.
And so we might have great teaching, great videos, great political strategies. All of that will not make any impact if there's not also great love that's accompanied with great suffering. Okay, now, Randy picked me up from the airport on Wednesday. We went right to the police. We had a great meeting with 2 lieutenants and a major in the Memphis City Police Department. And I was expecting, as I said to Randy, that they might try to intimidate us and try to convince us not to do what we were going to do, but they didn't. I think they were, on an unspoken level, kind of sympathetic with our position. But yet they're police officers, and they said, look, if you break the law, you will be arrested. Okay. What we assured them was that by simply coming there and introducing ourselves, which they very much appreciated, us reaching out to them, we assured them, and both Randy and I did a couple of different times, that we are totally nonviolent. And that has been said repeatedly here. I don't need to emphasize that again. We've had presentations about what that means. We understand how to conduct ourselves. And so I am going to be, if it's necessary, if it's possible, speaking to the police in the midst of this, just assuring them we had this conversation, this is who we are. We have the contact numbers of the 2 lieutenants and the major. So I'm not expecting any difficulties with respect to the police. We don't know from the pro-abortion side if anybody's going to be there or not. We certainly know that Planned Parenthood is ready. They're expecting us. But what we ultimately need to do is just put this all in God's hands. God has called us here. He has a plan for us that He's worked out these past couple of days, and it's going to come to its culmination tomorrow morning. His power, His glory, His honor will be somehow manifested through us, through our embrace of love and suffering for the mothers and their children. So let us remember the encouragement of St. Paul. Tomorrow morning, present your bodies as a living sacrifice to God. And I'll just end on this. Why do we need to have a rescue resurrection? We've talked about it many times. We were speaking at dinner. As you're walking down that hallway, all those pictures, we see hundreds of people sitting and blocking abortion clinics. And we don't have hundreds of people here. What happened? Why was there this fall off in 1994 with the face law? I think it's just because many of us who were around at that time didn't sufficiently take to heart these words of St. Paul. There was a mindset, and maybe, Randy, you could disagree with me and correct me if you think I'm wrong here, but there was a mindset, it seemed to be generated from kind of an Old Testament perspective. God is going to fight our battles for us. Right? Whenever the Jewish people went into war, they were heavily outnumbered. God performed some amazing miracle, and He won the battle. We need a New Testament mindset where we are standing at the foot of the cross with the Blessed Virgin Mary, St. John, and we take to heart the words of St. Paul to the Colossians, where he says, I rejoice in my sufferings. I make up in my own sufferings what is lacking in the sufferings of Christ for the sake of His body, which is the church. St. Paul had this idea, not that there was anything insufficient about Christ's redemption, but because he knew that he belonged to Christ fully, he had a share in that suffering. And so when the penalties came from the face law, maybe people didn't have a sufficient understanding of the need to embrace the cross fully. Let's not make that same mistake again. Let's not go through that cycle, and 30, 40 years from now, some other group in some other city is going to have to be reminded of what St. Paul is encouraging us. Present your bodies as a living sacrifice, holy and acceptable to God, because God will honor that sacrifice. Jesus, His sacrifice was honored by the Father when He was raised on the third day. Jesus will honor every sacrifice we make tomorrow and in all the days to come to resurrect, rescue, to save the lives of the unborn, to protect their mothers, and to finally bring us to an end to legalized abortion in our country. God bless you.
Amen. I don't disagree. I agree. So we are His hands and feet. I was taught to pray like it all depends on God, but to fight and to work like it all depends on us. And that's what we're going to do tomorrow. We're going to fight and we're going to stand peacefully, prayerfully, like it depends on us. Self-consciously going in to ignite this fire. A couple final details. Please avail yourself of a t-shirt, leave a little offering. If you've only got enough money for one thing, buy one of Pastor Broden's books and just take the t-shirt, okay? He is a dear, inspirational man, and I know that you will be blessed, and you'll want to not just read it, but share it with the person you go, I know who needs to read this. Yes?
Can you give them instructions for online giving to get a t-shirt?
Go to rescueresurrection.com and make whatever donation you want. You can take it with you now. There's also one of those QR codes, those newfangled things, pray, point your phone at it.
They're old now.
So go to one of them newfangled things and you can leave a little bit of money. We want you to wear these t-shirts proudly. I made 100 of them because I thought there would be 100 people here. We had a bunch of cancellations. I'm an optimist. Thank you, Chris. But we will use the t-shirts. Get ready for January.
You are never going to be the same. For those of you who this is the first time getting arrested and sitting in all these things, you will never be the same. And when you get home, like Bishop Coffey went home to his sister and said, tell me everything you can. You are suddenly going to become one of two things, a rock star or a lunatic. Or both. So get ready for it, because you're going to get a lot of, you're going to be able to start things in your community that you couldn't have done before, because your credibility just shot up, because you mean business. Amen.
What exactly is going to happen tomorrow? So, like, do we just all park in a certain...
Go to that parking lot I told you across the street, and then we're going to walk over together, and we're going to look at the situation, follow my guidance, Father Fidelis, Gary Lieber's, Teresa's, follow our guidance, and we're going to gently, peacefully get as close to the door as we can. If there's pro aborts there, we'll just sit around the pro aborts. The point is to keep the facility closed. If they appear violent and we need to crawl, we will. You've seen the videos of people just literally crawling, because that's not an aggressive stance. If someone pushes you, don't push back. If someone yells at you, don't yell back. We don't know who's going to be there. I think the police will be there. They might not. They might say we're not going till we're called. I don't know. But that's why we're going to gather at 7:30 at that parking lot across the street, and we will make decisions. Me and other people who are here have done this multiple times. So that's why we met with the police. We know what we're doing. We just need you to follow instructions and don't get in any altercation with someone. If you yell out at someone, I will come over and personally, non-violently strangle you.
Also, that's the point, Randy. If somebody wants to leave the abortion center...
No, after the second or third warning, they're going to say, the police are going to say, this is your final warning.
No, I'm saying somebody in the abortion center wants to leave.
But if someone wants to leave, let them out.
Let them out.
Yeah, you don't want to block someone from coming in because they can charge you with some bogus crime. We don't want to do that. Yes, Robert.
Once we're all as close to the building as we can and hear the instruction from the leadership, are we joining arms with one another?
We'll make that decision then.
Okay.
We might not need to. Yes?
We don't have locks, do we?
We don't have any locks, no. So are you dying to use a lock?
You could buy
a
a lock.
Who wants to get locked to this fence?
Get rocked.
Those are small. Those will only fit one wrist.
We can have the bike locks.
Okay.
No, we have bike locks.
Bike locks are...
And we have zip ties.
So true.
So, any other questions? All right, yes.
Can you touch on what, if at all, we would be risking with face?
The question is, will we be risking face? I don't know. I don't believe so, but it is possible. Certainly not under Trump. In the future, could somebody say that we want these people prosecuted? It's possible. Since abortion is now not a constitutional right, the argument will be much stronger that we didn't, and it's against the law here. We're going down there as heroes, people. They are trafficking minors from that Planned Parenthood against the law to other states. Right. So that's part of why we're starting in Memphis. And one of our missions between now and the 2028 election is to gather the momentum to repeal the FACE Act. The only way that's going to happen is if we're doing this. Yes, Connie.
Do you have any knowledge on noise ordinances or amplified sound restrictions?
We're not going to have any trouble with that.
Okay.
Yep. And we're looking at because we're staying, they were very glad to hear we had no intention of going in the building.
Okay.
Yes and yes.
What is the current law in Memphis about abortions in general?
It's against the law.
Completely.
Yes. Yes.
Our cases help make face.
Father.
I said our cases help create face. I would love to undo it.
Yes. God help us. Yes,
All
sir.
right. I'm not trying to be a weekend, because I want to go rescue tomorrow. But the Bible says we're supposed to count the cost. Something nobody's been talking about is, if what's her name, BLM or Antifa show up. I mean, that could be,
The police will be there. There's no chance that the police are going to sit by and let an altercation happen.
Okay.
No chance. The national media has been focused on Memphis, the National Guard is
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
Those police made so clear to us yesterday, or 2 days ago, they said our #1 concern is that no one gets hurt, and that there is no altercation. If you have a firearm, do not bring it to this event. No, I'm serious. I mean, there's a lot of Second Amendment people in here, and we respect your right to bear arms. I bear my arm. So, but don't bring your pistol. Don't bring your shotgun. Don't bring any gun, please.
Or knife.
Or not. Don't bring a knife to a gunfight. Don't bring bear spray to a rescue.
No.
Yes.
What should we bring, especially for those who are risking arrest?
Have identification. No matter what, have ID. And if you want to bring a debit card or a credit card, do it in case they allow us to post. We just don't know what they're going to do, what options they're going to give us. We want to do as much as we can to stay together. That's the one thing. And listen, you can make this event what you want it to be. So when they take us away, if they do arrest us and you're in jail, where's St. Joan? Where is she? Just be happy. Don't worry. Be happy. You're making history. You're saving lives. You're presenting something so awesome. And I just think it's going to be great. Are those 2 things back there? Those certificates? And can someone grab me those certificates? I have a fun thing here, and we're 1 short. Thank you. Father Fidelis and Joan, would you come up here just for a gag? Because we love you. Father Fidelis, could you come up here for 1 second? In recognition of service and sacrifice, I want to present to you the Unprofitable Servant Award. The Lord said in Luke chapter 17, He said, when you have done what is your duty to do, when it's all done, say, we have only done that which is our duty to do. We are unprofitable servants. So, thank you for being unprofitable servants. Bishop, would you come up and close this meeting? And I'm so thankful for all of you. We're going to have a blessed time tomorrow. Thank you for that word, Father Fidelis, about us being living sacrifices. And it's just been a great honor to have you. Take advantage of the stuff back there. Your Grace, Your Eminence. No, sorry. Your Holiness.
Let us pray. Dear Lord, we thank you for this day. Every single day you give us is a gift. The gift of just waking up for another day of life. The gift of our family and friends. The gift of food and drink, things we should never take for granted. But most of all, Lord, our faith in you. Lord, we thank you for this evening and yesterday and tomorrow. We thank you for giving us the understanding of what is at stake and what is plaguing our nation, the legalized killing of unborn children for half of a century. So Lord, please give us courage, give us strength, give us wisdom, give us prudence, all the virtues we need to serve you, serve others, to love the babies, to love their mothers, to love our nation, so that we can change hearts and minds, we can change laws, and we can make killing unborn children illegal always. So Lord, thank you for everything. May we always love you and serve you, and may we never tire till you call us home. Amen.
Amen. Be blessed. See you in the morning.